Welcome to the City of Grand Rapids Planning Commission for Thursday, August 8, 2024. I have a full agenda today for the public hearing cases. The way we will proceed through them is we will have a staff planner, present the case to the commission, and then invite the applicant up to add any additional information they would like to, and take questions from the commission. And then we will have a public comment period where anyone from the public can come up to the microphone, introduce yourself, and state your views on the case. You'll have up to 3 minutes for that. Then we'll close the public hearing and invite the applicant back up to respond to anything that they wish to that came up in the public hearing, and then the commission will deliberate. Planning staff has prepared for the commissioners draft resolution language for our consideration and using when we make our motions. When they do that, they draft language that is both for and against the resolution, and we have to use our judgment as to how to make the final resolution. So there's no foregone conclusions, even though you might find that we are reading text from time to time. With that, I will ask if commissioners have any conflicts of interest with any of the cases today.
I have a conflict with the case at 555 Leonard. So partial owner of the property.
I'll make a motion that Commissioner Van Strien has a conflict at 555 Leonard Street Northwest. Support.
Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Conflict is confirmed. With that, we'll start with our first case.
This is a request for a 24-hour vehicle fueling station and convenience store with the sale of beer and wine, as well as a conceptual plan for future development. We talked about this on June 13th, 2024. It was tabled several times. The matter was postponed for the applicant to be able to address some concerns of the Planning Commission. Today, because we have already gone through this and had a robust discussion on it, I will keep my remarks brief and turn it over to the applicant to add anything, and you're able to ask us any questions you desire. So, as you may recall, there are two elements here: that site plan review, so it's the overall site, really it was the site plan review issues that and building elevation issues that were really concerns of the Planning Commission at that time. The actual special land use was for the sale of wine and beer, and the Planning Commission did not seem to have concerns with that use. And I would like to remind you that today Meijer operates a gas station and convenience store south of the location of the new gas station that does sell wine and beer and operates consistent with the proposal under consideration today. One of the elements in question was tree removal and whether the extent of tree removal was appropriate at this time, given the conceptual nature of the future development plan. The applicant has made some changes to the plan to save some additional trees for future phases of development, and I believe they have some information that they'd like to convey to you about the future development. So that's one of the elements. Also, we just want to talk about general site layout, whether you find the general site layout of the development to be appropriate. Actually, I think I should have just stayed where I was. The applicant has addressed issues with parking, so they're not overparked anymore. One of the elements was parking lot screening around the fueling station. The applicant has shown a site plan that includes the parking lot screening. The applicant has revised the plan to ensure that there are only 2 lanes at the northerly Kalamazoo ingress and egress as requested. One of the changes that staff had requested along planning department staff and mobile GR was the elimination of 3 lanes in the interior circulation drives. The applicant has declined to make that change, and I'll let them talk about why they wish to retain that in their site plan. I'm going to move on to the building elevations. There were a number of issues with the building elevations, namely transparency. And the applicant has modified the front elevation, the one facing 28th Street, to meet the 40% transparency requirement. Part of that is changing the material that they plan on using where the cashier will be stationed. There was some anti-glare film that was proposed, and they're still proposing that anti-glare film, but they have modified the film that they plan on using. So they'll be meeting the visible light transmittance requirement of 70%. As I mentioned, on this north elevation, they will meet the transparency requirements. They will not meet the transparency requirements on the side elevations, or actually the one facing Kalamazoo is technically considered a front, which should have 40% transparency between 2 and 8 feet. Given the interior site layout, there's a utility room. The applicant has worked with staff, and they added several, they're not quite transom windows, but some higher windows to add some facade variation along that building side, and to add some windows. Now, on that east side, there are no windows proposed. And that's the interior side. Relative to facade, well, I should say, and so we are asking the Planning Commission to consider whether the proposal relative to transparency is adequate. The applicant has also modified the building materials. It was originally EIFS. It is now proposed to be a combination of brick, fiber cement board, and some EIFS. So as you can see on the elevation, instead of just a blank wall of one material, they are they are using several different materials so that it breaks up that facade. So the Planning Commission should consider whether you find this treatment appropriate. There were some concerns originally about the relationship between the building and the canopy. Those height issues have all been resolved. So in sum, we're looking at the special land use for the alcohol sales at this new convenience store, as well as site plan review for the gas station site, building elevations and transparency, as well as the overall site plan. Do you have any questions for me before I turn it over to the applicant?
Thank you, Elizabeth.
What plan would you like up there?
Let me start with site plan.
Okay.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having us back. I know it's been a couple of months since we spoke about this plan, at least publicly. There have been plenty of meetings with city staff and GR Mobile and other groups to help us narrow down what it is that there were concerns about and make sure that we're addressing those adequately so that we can come back and present a plan that frankly we're very proud of and hope that you guys recognize as being significantly improved from the last time that we were here. I'm Matt Levitt. I'm a real estate manager for Meyer. I'm sorry, I didn't introduce myself again. With me is Jason Vandercote from Fishbeck, who is our civil design engineer, and Pat Lennon with Honigman, who is our attorney consulting on this case as well. I don't have a whole lot that I want to formally present. We've spoken about this before, the overall project, the intent of the project to move, big picture from the gas station from further south on Kalamazoo away from residential towards the 28th Street corridor that is, more transitory by nature. Putting Meyer right on the hard corner with the gas station, and then redeveloping the rest of the CRC site so that it fits in with the MCN neighborhood that we're a part of, and addressing any of the concerns that you guys have from a perspective. I would certainly welcome if you have questions or anything specific that you would like for us to address. We're happy to do so.
Any questions for the applicant at this time? Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Okay. This is one thing I will say that we spoke with Elizabeth just before the meeting. In the previous meeting, we had discussed what the timeline is for the additional development beyond the gas station. In anticipation of the meeting, I checked in with the team that handles outlot development for Meyer. They have fielded numerous requests about when the outlots would be available for consideration to either put in offers to buy or lease that land. There are right now 3 commercial outlots, and if we're talking about a timeline, I would suspect once we're approved and we start demolition of the CRC, I would expect to see next year applications for those outlots that have to come before you guys for site plan approval. So this is not a 3 to 5 to 7 year proposition for redevelopment of the additional land that's going to be part of our initial tree clearing and grading overall plan. This is a 1 to 2 year proposition for those outlots.
Can you tell us your plans to clean up the existing site after you open the new one?
Sure. So this will be a phased project. Meyer is going to initially demo the CRC building. We will then construct the new gas station in the location as you see on the site plan. And then we would immediately close the former gas station, raise it, do any environmental cleanup. We don't believe there's any environmental cleanup, but if there is, we will address the environmental cleanup and return that site to pre-development status. So we will seed it, it will be grass, it will look like nothing had ever been built there before.
So if you don't expect cleanup, you must have had some tests done?
We have done testing. There was a cleanup that took place 10, 15 years ago when we redeveloped some of the fuel tanks that were at that site. That has been addressed. There's a closure letter that's been issued by the required authorities. So it is deemed a clean site at this time, and we will, if anything needs to be addressed, obviously do that at the time.
Thank you.
Sure.
Okay, thank you very much. And we'll open up to public comment. Anyone who'd like to comment on this case, make your way up to the microphone. You'll have 3 minutes.
I would. Good afternoon. My name is Pete Walsh. I live in the Eastgate Neighborhood Association, or not in the association, just outside it. So I was, in preparing to come here today to address that issue, which I think is the next one, I noticed this issue. I'm all for Meyer putting this gas station here. It's a great idea. I've lived in that area since 1968. I've watched the traffic situation at 28th and Kalamazoo and 28th and Breton and 28th and Eastern and everything, deteriorate over the years. I'm not concerned about the congestion as much as I'm concerned about the safety. I think, I'll try to talk loud, the only thing that makes it tolerable in this area for traffic to go to Meyer, whether it's the gas station or the store, is the traffic light at this intersection that I'm pointing to. Other than that, it would be a nightmare. If the proposal is to put a new driveway in fact, the Christian CRC probably had a driveway there, but we're not talking anywhere near the volume of traffic that we're talking about now. If the proposal is to put a driveway cut in there without a light, and you're going to let people make left-hand and right-hand turns, you got a nightmare. You've got the same thing that you all allowed. It was a big dispute. You all let Rite Aid put not you people personally, but at the time, you all let Rite Aid at Breton and Burton put a driveway in onto Breton out of that store. Originally, it was going to be just for right-hand turns in and right-hand turns out. Well, those signs came down God knows how long ago. The driveway is a little bit designed to prevent left-hand turns, but you can't get people to obey red lights around here and stop signs, so I don't know how you expect them to obey a no left-hand turn. But if you're going to allow people to make a left-hand turn out of that driveway, you've got an insanely dangerous situation out of that driveway. The traffic for this should be routed down to the light. You can safely make a turn at the light. They've got arrows to make a safe left-hand turn at the light, and that curb cut, that driveway, should be eliminated, in my humble opinion. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right, we'll close the public hearing. Invite the applicant back up to add any additional comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Jason Vandercote with Fishback. In response to the public comment, we do anticipate keeping the traffic signal at its current location, and we do have proposed on our documents a sign routing traffic to that intersection during peak hours. So with our traffic impact study, with our report, and with our mitigating measures, we feel that we've adequately addressed the traffic concern for the project, and our proposal reflects that.
Will there, can I ask a question now? Will there be signage to not allow or permit left-hand turning from that?
The signage is going to indicate that the traffic should use this signal during the busy periods. During the non-busy periods, the traffic engineer for the city has accepted a left turn movement there.
So will that, I meant to ask this earlier, but
Okay.
it was a good point brought up in the public hearing. Is that street that goes down to the light, is that part of this stage of the development?
Yes.
Okay. So that would be where the preferred left-hand turning would be?
Correct. Yep.
Yeah, I noticed that too and forgot to bring that up because I didn't know if that was the next stage, but it does make a lot of sense to route any left-hand turns away from that two-way.
Yes, that will be
Which
constructed and
Appreciate.
it'll be open and available at the time of grand opening.
Okay, thank you.
All right, commissioners.
I think that I appreciate the applicant for going back to the drawing board and working diligently with our staff and Mobile GR and others to address a number of things that we brought up, and I do think this plan is improved. Again, I will reiterate that this is a gateway, in my opinion, gateway intersection, and encourage, even though it's not on the table here, that you look at the west side of that intersection, and, so this is maybe room for additional landscaping, and the landscaping, I understand, or the land ownership on the east side is MDOT property, and no offense to all of our MDOT friends, but sometimes it's challenging for them to see the, in some cases, I'm not speaking overall, there are many beautiful places that we have, but to look at landscaping as a part of this this intersection and the way it can be improved both for pedestrian and vehicle. Thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate the modifications to the plan and y'all taking our comments to heart here. Appreciate the parking lot screening and change in building materials. The traffic circulation is tricky here, and yeah, I guess I would double down on the support for having people go to that light, because they would be crossing turn lanes, and I mean, it's not ideal. And I appreciate the update on the timeline for development for the rest of the site too. It makes it easier to support kind of the full clearing that y'all are proposing here. So thanks for that.
Any discussion about the alcohol use at this location? I'm not sure we covered that well in our comments last time.
I think it is completely appropriate. It will be replacing one that is just to the south, so it wouldn't be a net change really from what's there.
Agreed.
Any further discussion, or do we have a motion?
I can make the motion. You ready? Now therefore be it resolved that the Planning Commission approves the special land use and site plan review request of Meyer Inc., Matt Levitt, for a 24-hour vehicle fueling station and convenience store with the sale of beer and wine, and a conceptual plan for future development at 1700 28th Street, and 2856, 2858, 2862, and 2900 Kalamazoo Avenue Southeast for the following reasons. The proposed use will be consistent with the purpose and intent of the master plan and zoning ordinance, including the zone district, because the proposed use will allow the establishment of a retail use and gas station in a manner supporting economic activity while being sensitive to the surrounding uses. Maintain and enhance economically vibrant as well as attractive business and commercial areas, and provide reasonable accommodation for growth and development. The proposed use will meet the site plan review of standards of section 5.12.08.e because all elements of the site design are harmoniously and efficiently organized in relation to the size and type of lot, character of the neighborhood and adjoining property, and the type, size, and proportions of the buildings. All reasonable efforts have been undertaken in the architectural layout and site engineering design of the proposed development to avoid unnecessary removal of existing trees, and driveways and other elements are designed to promote safe and efficient movement within the site and at its access points. The proposed use will be compatible, harmonious, and appropriate with the character and uses of the neighborhood, adjacent properties, and the natural environment, because this use will be consistent with the desired mix of uses for the commercial zone district, and the proposed use will support the desired future character of the neighborhood by providing goods in close proximity to other services. The proposed use will not have adverse effects on the neighborhood because the building and entrances will be appropriately oriented and adequate parking is being provided. The proposed use will not be detrimental, hazardous, or disturbing to existing or future use or to the public welfare by reasons of excessive traffic noise, smoke, odors, glare, and visual clutter, because the site will be constructed in compliance with current lighting standards. The gas station that the use is proposed to replace already operates a 24-hour basis and is not anticipated to generate additional traffic during late night or early morning hours that might disturb area residents. The proposed use will not adversely affect the walkability of the neighborhood, impair pedestrian circulation patterns, disrupt the continuity of the urban street wall, or otherwise hinder the creation of a pedestrian-oriented environment because adequate pedestrian facilities will be provided. The building and site area required for the proposed use will retain as many natural features of the landscape as practicable, particularly where the natural features assist in preserving the general character of the neighborhood, because tree and soil removal, alteration to the natural drainage courses, and the amount of cutting, filling, and grading will be minimized. Buildings and structures will be placed in a manner that preserves and protects environmentally sensitive areas. And landscape buffers consisting of existing vegetation will be provided to ensure that the proposed uses are adequately buffered from the surrounding private property. The proposed use will safeguard the health, safety, and general welfare of the public because the site is currently improved with the public infrastructure capable of handling the proposed use, and any private infrastructure will be provided at the developer's expense. The proposed use would not be detrimental to the financial stability and economic welfare of the city because the use is not anticipated to result in a nuisance that require code enforcement actions. The proposed redevelopment will enhance the viability of the business district in which it is located. The proposed use will comply with all other applicable city ordinances and policies and all applicable state laws. Given the character, location, development trends, and other aspects of the neighborhood, it is demonstrated that the area is underserved by the proposed use, and that the proposed location for alcohol sales will demonstrably be an asset to the neighborhood because, as proposed, the use will be unique as compared to existing uses in the neighborhoods. There are few other establishments in the vicinity offering packaged alcohol for off-site consumption. I like it. That was okay. The use or change as in use as constructed and operated by the applicant is compatible with the neighborhood because no concerns have been expressed by the nearby businesses or residents about the proposed uses. Parks, religious institutions, and schools in the vicinity are far enough from the site not to be affected by the proposed use. The use, as proposed to be operated by the applicant, will not have any or minimal negative secondary effects on the neighborhood because an adequate operations plan and training will be in place. The use is subject to the SEPTED ordinance, and the alcohol sales are not anticipated to materially add to congestion or other negative traffic-related efforts. Be it further resolved that the following conditions of approval shall apply to this project. Standard condition set A approvals that are on the screen. One, that the applicant and plans submitted by the applicant and signed, dated, and stamped by the planning director shall constitute the approved plans, except if plan elements do not meet ordinance requirements and/or as amended in this resolution. That the use shall operate according to the application and per testimony as recording in the Planning Commission minutes. That the approval does not include any proposed signs, and any future signs shall be subject to the requirements of Article 15 of the ordinance and permits received prior to installation. That a land use development services, LUDS permit, building permit, and all other required permits be obtained from the City of Grand Rapids prior to construction, demolition, or operation. that any expansion of the approved special land use requires an additional special land use review and approval by the Planning Commission, that the proposed use will comply with all other applicable city ordinances and policies and all state laws, that this approval shall take effect 16 calendar days from the date of the Planning Commission's decision. Number 2, that the transparency waiver shall be granted for the west Kalamazoo Avenue and east building elevations consistent with the submitted elevation plans. That outdoor displays of merchandise shall be directly adjacent to the front of the building and shall be limited to typical service station merchandise. Example, road salt, vehicle fluids, beverages, and ice. That the use shall comply with the requirements of the crime prevention through environmental design SEPTED ordinance.
Support.
Under standard A1 alcohol, do you want to also mention that it's a replacement for a different establishment?
Yeah. Yes.
Still support.
All right, we have a motion and support. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. The motion carries.
The next item on the agenda is a request from Beacon Hill at Eastgate. They're a continuing care retirement facility that offers a range of residential options from independent living to skilled nursing. And there have been a number of modifications and amendments to the plan since it was originally approved in 2006. Currently under consideration is a request for a major amendment to the existing planned redevelopment district to facilitate their next phase of development. This will include a 48-unit assisted living facility and a 103-unit independent living facility. The site is surrounded by mid-century neighborhood, low-density residential. The application includes incorporation of 3 single-family residential properties, 1 to the north and 2 at the corner of Boston and Plymouth. The 2 at the corner of Boston and Plymouth would be demolished to facilitate this next phase of development. Now, our applicant has prepared a comprehensive presentation for you. So I think I'm going to defer to them to talk about most of the elements of this, but there's a couple things that I do want to bring up. And these would be the items under key consideration at the end of the staff report. So really what we want to ensure that the Planning Commission looks at today is whether the number of dwelling units and the combination is appropriate. We've got independent living, and assisted living and skilled nursing. We'd like you to take a look at the site layout and setbacks. Along with the architecture, the building design, its massing, and its relation to the pattern of development in the area, as well as transitions from this new phase of development to the adjacent existing low-density development. We'd also like you to take a look at the building materials. Some of the building materials in this development, for example, the existing independent living, that's not a good example. This one here, this large building in the kind of the center there, that one is clad in fiber cement board as the primary material. A later, or the most recent phase of development, which in the area on the northeast of the campus, which used to be an office building, that is clad in EIFS. So I'd like the Planning Commission to consider that, and I know that the applicant's architect will be able to answer any questions about that. So with that, one other thing I'd like to mention, the actual overall density, I didn't include a density calculation in the staff report. And it's a little bit challenging because we do have a range of types of living arrangements. There is independent living. So clearly, those are folks that are, able to, they're dwelling units. Assisted living, there's going to be a higher amount of care there, as well as the skilled nursing. So it's not just like an apartment complex. And we do want to keep in mind that how that density number keeps relates to the types of dwelling units and the fact that they are, that this is a retirement community. It comes out, the overall number comes out to be about 15 dwelling units per acre, and that includes the assisted living and memory care and skilled nursing. I'd also like to mention parking. I looked over the old the staff reports for the previous phases of development, and that really wasn't something that we dwelled on. There are going to be, a total of 299 independent living units. So some of those folks might be expected to have cars and drive, although I would also suggest that we find that folks in retirement facilities don't tend to drive as much. So the need for parking is going to be much less. Skilled nursing and assisted living and memory care, obviously there we won't need any residential parking, but we will need parking for staff and visitors. So if the applicant could talk a little bit about how they came up with their need for parking, that would be appreciated. So with that, I'd like to transition over to the applicant, unless you have any questions for me right now. They'll do a detailed overview. So let me cue up their presentation here. Okay. I'm going to hold on to this one. You can advance with this. You can point with this, okay? And you can also advance and go back with the keyboard.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Good afternoon, Commissioners, Planning Team. My name is Jeff Hughley. I'm President, CEO of Beacon Hill at Eastgate, and I want to thank you for considering our application for this major amendment. Some of you may be familiar with the organization. We've been around since 1952, settled by area Baptist churches, specifically to serve seniors in a congregate living facility that was constructed and opened in 1960. Over the time of our operation since then, we've been continuing our mission to provide housing, healthcare services to seniors across across West Michigan and areas beyond. We've really been expanding in the way that we've brought new people into the community over the years. Today, we have 315 different types of housing units, serving about 450 residents. The delta variation between those two numbers is based on the number of couples who choose to live with us. So you'll on occasion see a significant number of our residents being married. Let's see if I skipped something here. Okay, if you would bear with me for just a minute, I'd like to show you how our campus is operating today. First of all, I'd like to commend the city on employing the Development with Us program. We enjoyed the facilitation that Lene Wells offered us. She was dedicated to this project by the team, and we were able to have really nice conversation with a number of residents of the neighborhood. We had 38 people attend a public meeting where this presentation was offered, and then great dialogue occurred. We had a number of subset meetings after that with other neighbors, and I believe that we've made strong strides in addressing concerns which were raised by those neighbors, and you'll hear a little bit more about that as Scott, our designer, speaks to the architecture in particular. But walking across the community, this red square is the area we're considering right now. It's called Phase 4. It's fourth because in 2008, 9, and 10, we constructed these two wings, which are affectionately called A and B. We didn't get very creative with the titling. C wing was added later on. This is all independent living. And then the Vistas came online in 2022. And we've really been enjoying the success of those programs with a large waiting list that's developed, nearing 300 people in total. In addition to that, the red dot shows the community house, which is comprised of a auditorium and a garden cafe, which is a restaurant in our farm to table venue that is open to the public, and we've enjoyed lots of interface with the community there. Moving to the west, you can see the historic building called the Existing Assisted Living and Memory Care. This is the facility constructed in 1960. It was expanded a couple of times through the 70s, and it is the target of our replacement strategy so that we can bring on state-of-the-art assisted living to serve our existing population and also future members of the community. Just to the west and north is the skilled nursing building that was constructed and opened in 2017. And to the west of those yet are two other structures that were constructed in the 70s. Those are independent living apartments at market rate for rental. And over the last several years, we've been depopulating the age-qualified members as people have moved out and brought in workforce housing to serve our 250 or so employees, and that's been a really nice amenity for them. And then to the southwest corner, you can see the two homes that Elizabeth described earlier. One is a farmhouse, and the other is a mid-century bungalow, and both are part of the community property at this point in time. Are there any questions about the property as we stand today? Okay. A quick history. I mentioned we opened in 1960, founded before that. Over time, we expanded a number of times, adding independent living, assisted living as we know it today. In 2008, in particular, we made a major step forward as we acquired the Metropolitan Hospital site, which was just adjacent to the square I showed you. That was a obviously significant employer for the city. It took 700 jobs to Gaines Township, and just as an anecdote, our board at that time made its decision to commit back to the city. Before I came on board as CEO, the board had dedicated resources to move to Gaines Township also. But in seeing an opportunity with the Metropolitan Hospital site, we chose to try to enter into a purchase agreement, which we successfully did, and put our roots down again along Boston and Plymouth. Phase 1 opened in 2010. It was full when it opened at 114 apartment homes. We found really that the amenity of underground parking has served the community well by eliminating surface parking and maximizing green space. We've also leveraged that green space to bring in lots of different community events. Actually, tonight, you're all welcome. We've got a 700 or so person picnic coming that we're hosting on our campus, but it's just an illustration of the way in which we welcome the community into our place. We've also had two other major expansions, like I mentioned, 56 apartment homes, which were pre-sold to 100%, were added in 2016 and 17. Other amenities like the Garden Cafe came on board, and we opened a state-of-the-art skilled nursing facility, which is now rated the top in West Michigan in 2017 as well, serving 29 residents in private suites. While we're talking about recognition, Beacon Hill has been recognized this year as a provider in the top 10th of the country out of 2,500 plus communities of our nature, based on independent studies, and we're really proud of that outcome. 22, we opened up the Vistas, which was also nearly full when we opened. That's 26 units and state-of-the-art independent living. An aspect of our work that wouldn't show up on the grounds is Beacon Hill's commitment to charity. We're a nonprofit organization, and in 2015 founded the Beacon Hill Foundation. The reason that's relevant here is because one of the aspects of that is community development. A major portion of our funds are used to help support the Eastgate neighborhood specifically because it surrounds us. We are neighbors. An area of specific use today is the sustainability initiative. I'm not going to read these bullets to you just for the sake of sanity, but we've invested $120,000 preliminarily into exploring ways to manage in a sustainable form, not just now, or not just for this project, but all the way as far as we can see into the future. And we've seen a great amount of support for this through our residents, while also employing the guidance of a guy named Joe Rinkovich, who's a nationally acclaimed consultant in this field. I'm excited about the prospect of integrating his expertise and other dynamics that we can bring to bear in the construction of this project, should you grant us permission and approval. Building materials, HVAC, which is an ongoing value, engagement with the broader community, and then an overall capacity to keep it going in the future. So really the point of what we're trying to do is replace an aged facility. It served the organization and the broader community beautifully, but it is time for that facility to, near its end, and it no longer affords Beacon Hill the ability to offer the top level of care that we want to for residents who are dependent physically, emotionally, cognitively. We feel that a new building will allow us to maintain the standard we've set and really exceed what the market standards are today. And we believe also that we will maintain this in a viable manner. It's amazing to see the amount of demand for our current services and housing, and the outcomes that we're producing speak for themselves in that way. Let's see, specific to the project, we're looking at a net change of 61 units of residential and assisted living. Well, that includes the removal of the existing assisted living building in the end, a subtraction of 90 units, also including the Plymouth Apartments, which are 20 in number, and then the addition of the 103 and the 48 assisted living, yielding 376 total units. Now, we think that there's opportunity possibly in the future if trends continue the way they are. We know that the senior living market is the fastest growing demographic nationally, and we think that the demand will be there for future growth as well. So we've got the capacity on the site. Scott will walk you through exactly how that will work on a sequential level, but we think the capacity for Beacon Hill to serve even more is possibly there. So we would think about coming back to you and talking about that at the right time. A couple other notes I'd like to make here. We've worked closely with the Plymouth apartment residents, notifying them in March of the prospect of change coming, and we will continue to commit to working with those residents to find great housing for them in the future. We're fortunate because many of those residents are our employees, and we're helping them to find their own form of permanent housing as well. The rest of this has to do with just design elements. Green space remains a critical area of focus for us. We are a park-like setting today. We do have operating farms. We've got a commercial production which yields about $150,000 of value into our current commercial restaurants, and then also a community garden. And we will continue to enhance those as well as other amenities around the site with your approval. We also are looking to maximize green site on the existing 10-acre site, which we'll be talking about shortly. That's the target of Phase 4. One of the aspects that we find of value with underground parking is that it does allow us to enhance green while also minimize heights of buildings. So Scott will also talk about what some of those building heights will look like. I'd just like to share a couple more value points that I think are great. Data-wise, Beacon Hill's put about $150 million of capital into its campus over the last 20 years. We're anticipating with the approval of this project that number will yield about $320 million of investment. Currently, Beacon Hill generates $28 million of annual activity into the local economy. We've got almost 400 taxpayers, and much of our property taxes that we generate for the city will continue to increase as we add independent living. So I want to thank you again for your consideration. I'll be happy to answer any questions before I pass the mic over to Scott to address the design concepts.
Thanks for that. Can you talk to us about how you determined how many parking spaces you need with this phase?
We followed code, I'm sure of that, but I would also invite my civil engineer, Jeff Van Laar, up to talk about parking specifically, if you're able to. One of the things we did with underground parking specifically was establish a 1-to-1 ratio of apartments to underground parking. But surface parking, I have to rely on Jeff for.
Jeff Van Laar from XL Engineering. The surface parking was developed based on looking at how many employees would be on site and typical visitor levels. We've worked with Jeff on the previous phases to analyze those numbers. The existing campus is working well in terms of how the parking works and parking availability for both staff and visitors, and we're following similar metrics with this phase as well.
Can you just for a minute talk about, I understand the demographics, I'm part of them. The increase in independent living, I can see and understand that. The decrease in assisted living and memory care, is that your long-term, is to decrease those numbers, or just maintain that as a smaller part of your overall operations? And the same with skilled nursing, that just staying the same in this project?
Great questions. Yes, our plan, the strategy from a unit ratio perspective, program to program, so independent living to assisted living to memory care to skilled nursing, is operating off of a 10 to 20 to 1 ratio. So in other words, as we add independent living, we think that our internal demand will ultimately fully fill assisted living and memory care and assisted living, whereas right now we're relying about 40% of our census from outside referrals outside of Beacon Hill. That doesn't mean that we will not be accessible to the broader community, because as I'm talking, the field changes. We're seeing shortened lengths of stay in all of those programs because residents are staying longer in their independent living residences. They're bringing in services. So Beacon Hill is also exploring not only how to engage existing community services to bring care into residential units that are independent, but also developing our own support system so that we can create a symbiotic form and help residents plan their move across the continuum. So we don't have to have open beds in assisted living, memory care, or nursing necessarily, but rather plan for each of those transitions along the way. Ultimately, we think that independent living will be the place where services are most received regardless of all this.
Thank you.
Great, Scott.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Scott Lever. I'm with PRDG Architects, and we're a boutique architecture firm that specializes in senior living. We've been working with Jeff for about 2 years on this master plan. A lot of hard work and thought has been put into this. And about 10 years ago, PRDG did the C-Wing expansion. So we're very familiar with this campus and excited to be part of this master plan. So thank you. And I won't talk too much about this slide. Another view of what the existing conditions are of the campus. I want to point out the 4-story AL existing building that was built in 1960. It's 4 stories. It's kind of in the middle of the existing campus. There are curb cuts kind of off-centered over here, off-centered from Lotus, driveway curb cuts here and here, and a curb cut over here that leads into surface parking from Plymouth to the Plymouth Apartments. And you'll see in our plans, we've worked to kind of realign some of those curb cuts and try to work with the traffic patterns and kind of work on that flow of how you enter and exit the campus. The existing skilled nursing building will remain open and operational throughout this entire process. The existing AL memory care building will have to come down once we're completed with our first phase of the master plan, and then the Plymouth Apartments and the houses on the corner over here will have to be demolished as well. So the proposed master plan for the development area over here on the left, the assisted living building would be centrally located here. Like we've been saying, that has a higher level of care. It's important to keep that centrally located in the overall campus so that family visiting loved ones or friends, they don't have to traverse across the entire campus. And it's not tucked away in a corner. It's centrally located, close to the services, close to the amenities, and close to the independent living people that live around the AL building. The proposed independent living will be on the perimeter of Plymouth and Boston on the left side of the site plan. It has an undulating form that creates interest and breaks down the scale of the building. We're maintaining a 2-story massing along Plymouth and Boston, so the independent living feels more residential, has sloped roofs, and then the higher density 4-story parts of the building will be centrally located, and we'll use flat roofs so that the heights are mitigated and not too tall to try to really fit in with the neighborhood, the massing of the context. There will be an access control road on the back side of the development in between our proposed area and the houses here. It got brought up during the neighborhood meeting, concern about people using that as a cut-through and trying to bypass the Plymouth-Boston intersection. So that will be controlled and only be able to be used by staff and support services for Beacon Hill. Residents will not be able to cut through, general public will not be able to cut through to try to limit the amount of traffic. The existing skilled nursing building has a surface parking lot and a front door located right here where the cursor is. After this master plan is completed, we'll abandon that surface parking lot and move that front entry to the main entry off Boston and then utilize that space as an additional green area. I think that's, so I spoke about the number of stories. So on Plymouth and Boston, we go from 2 stories to 4 stories in the middle. And then the assisted living, to fit 48 units in the assisted living building, we are pushed up against the existing AL memory care building that was built in the 60s. We are set back further away from the northern property line than the existing skilled nursing building. And we're terracing on that top level so that the massing of the building that's closest to the neighbors to the north of the site is 2 stories. And then the internal part of the assisted living building is 3 stories. This phasing diagram shows the kind of complexity of building the master plan. The top left diagram shows the existing conditions. What's labeled Phase 4A is the proposed master plan that builds the new modern AL building, kind of centrally located here. And then we're kind of threading the needle between the existing skilled nursing building and the existing AL building. We have to keep that AL building open and operational during construction and during this master plan phase. And then once the new AL building is open, we can move residents into the new AL building and then demo the existing AL building. So hopefully that made sense, but it's a complicated setup to try to work around that existing building. And then so this bottom left sheet image shows after that building is demolished, there'll be kind of a large green space until Phase 5 comes in, which would continue the independent living presence and look along the project. That's probably a few years down the line, but the intent is to keep with the character of this current Phase 4 and continue that and complete the master plan.
Scott, before you keep going,
Sure.
can you just review the setbacks along Plymouth and Boston on the site
Sure.
plan?
I might skip ahead, and we have a setback sheet here that highlights that will help me explain. The image on the left is the existing setbacks of the existing buildings and then the homes across the street on Plymouth. The existing homes range from 28 feet setback from the sidewalk up to 54 feet setback from the sidewalk. And the existing Plymouth apartments are 65 feet, 75 feet. And then the homes on the corner of Boston and Plymouth, they are 16 feet setback from the sidewalk. And then on the Boston side, 33 feet setback. So there's a range, it varies. And we're proposing on the right side of the screen, I'll start at the top, 35 feet to 70 feet in the middle, down to 23 feet at the intersection of Boston and Plymouth. And then the Boston side will have 25 feet setback from the sidewalk. And of course, there's undulating in the form and the footprint of the building, so those numbers will vary up and down. But generally trying to stay in character with the neighborhood, kind of in line with what's existing. And I think it's important to see too the amount of green space. We're not pushing back so that there's surface parking and cars that you'll be looking out. You'll be looking out at green space. So that's the setback. Does that answer your question? Okay.
Just to stay on that for a moment,
For sure.
the sections where you're at 35 feet, 23 feet, and 25 feet, those are all two-story buildings.
Correct.
So where your 4 3-story buildings are more central to this new construction, which is 70 feet back, is that
Exactly.
accurate? Okay.
Yeah, and even this part here is 2 stories. The 3-story and 4-story portions are in this area that I'm circling with the cursor.
Thank you.
I'll jump back to that rendering. So this is a rendering view of what we're proposing for Boston and Plymouth. The intersection, we've modeled all the utility lines that are coming in. There are a few trees in this area too that have been kind of severely pruned and damaged over the years from the utility lines. So we're kind of hinting at this image with what the potential landscape could look like in the future. The look of the building started out with the Tudor-style architecture that is on the existing campus. But thinking to the future residents, the next generations, creating something that is taking that Tudor style but reimagining it in a more contemporary architectural lens. We have a mixture of stone, fiber cement siding, EIFS, wood look accent siding, asphalt shingle roof, and standing seam metal roof. The design and the quality, we're leveraging off the existing campus and just kind of building off the legacy that Jeff has started in the original campus and continuing that over here. This also shows the 2-story perspectives. So behind this building would be the 4-story, 5-story out of view. So you appear to see a 2-story presence here. The look of the building is broken down by these the gable motifs to kind of break down the scale of the building as well. So it looks like smaller buildings that are next to each other instead of one large building. Yeah, and this is kind of the high point of the site. So at this point, the site slopes 40 feet back to the back corner. So on the left side and the right side, the slope starts to go down. So this is the high point, that's 2 stories, and back on the back side, it's 40 feet drop from here. This image, as we slide down Boston Street, this is taken from the intersection at Lotus and Boston. This would be the new front door, the new entry into this campus. You can see the 2-story gabled residential look on the left side of the screen kind of work its way into this entry, and then the 4-story over parking massing in the middle of the site that has flat roofs. that still relates to the character on the corner and creates this cohesive look to the building as you approach the front door. The grading, you can see it's kind of gradually sloping down to the front door, to the back of the image here. And we have a few tables in here. I won't read off every number, but the proposed master plan is proposing 265,000 gross square feet. We spoke about the parking a little bit. You can see in the plan how much green space has been prioritized, so there's not a lot of surface parking. But there is some surface parking at the front entry for some staff and some visitors. And then around the perimeter that's kind of internal to the site, there is some more surface parking that would be utilized by staff as well. And then most of the parking is underground just to create that park-like experience for our residents and for the community and the neighbors as well. And then this graphic, this table just shows the amount of green space. If you go around the site right now, there's a lot of slope and terrain, and it's not accessible for walking. With the homes that are there and the fences, you can't really traverse or walk through the site like you can on the existing side of the campus. You can see there's sidewalks and walking trails. It's a really enjoyable walk to walk around this campus, and we want to build off that in this new master plan and continue walking trails through the campus, through the courtyards, through those park-like experiences that we're creating. The trees along the perimeter, we have conducted a preliminary tree survey. There's, I believe, 20 trees along the perimeter, and most of them have been pruned to kind of been severely damaged over the years, and in our proposed landscape plan, we think it's going to be better for the long-term solution for the tree canopy for the entire site, and it'll provide a long-term solution for the residents, for the neighbors. We have more detailed on that tree survey if we need to bring that up. Touched on the setbacks. I'll kind of skip over this page. We've included building elevations on all four sides of the proposed master plan. The first one here is along Plymouth. So if you see the key plan over here, the orange triangle, we're looking at this building here. So you can see we've maintained that two-story residential look to the building along Plymouth, and using the grading and the slope, we are stepping the building down as appropriate to make sure we stay within 2 stories and we're not proposing 3 stories. So the building will step a little bit as you go down the street. The existing conditions show the existing surface parking lot into the Plymouth Apartments that we will be removing and replacing with green space, so that'll eliminate headlights and traffic and cars going in and out of that to the residents across the street on Plymouth. As we move around the building, this is a elevation looking at the building from Boston, so the main entry and how it's kind of lower the back of the site, and then the 2-story independent living residence on the left side of the screen. And then we've hinted at what Phase 5 would look like, just building off that character. I think we have tabled 51 units to maintain that 15 unit per acre density, but it would just continue on what we're going to start with this Phase 4. And then the back elevation along the road to the north of our site, the 2-story independent living. This does have garage parking access, so when you turn the corner, it's technically 3 stories, and you drive into the garage, and then that's underground as you go under the building. But in general, it's maintaining heights with the existing skilled nursing building, the existing campus and roof lines. That's in the A wing over here. The 2 and 3-story AL building is here, flat roofs to really try to limit the heights on this building. And then you can see off in the distance, this would be the 4-story over parking building that is really more internal to the site and is back there. And then you can see there's a connector bridge over here too. So that is connecting the existing campus to the future campus. And so this is going to be a really dynamic space where both sides of the campus can meet in the middle. I think we have a rendering of that coming up. This diagram shows the amount of public space and walking trails that are on the existing campus and what would be provided and improved upon on this side of the campus of the new master plan. There's a view that just shows the dynamic connector opportunity here between the east side of the campus and the west side of the campus, and creating a spot for everyone, inclusive of both sides, to not create a them versus us or type of mentality. It's meant for everyone. It's centrally located in the middle of the campus. Dining venues will overlook this. Wellness areas will overlook this. And then another thing that we haven't mentioned yet, on the corner of Boston and Plymouth, we are proposing an amenity space for the residents. It would be operated by Beacon Hill, and it would be a coffee shop, bakery, kind of a grab-and-go type place that would be meant for the residents, but it's open to the public, much like the auditorium, the Garden Cafe. It would be a space that would welcome community, neighbors, walking dogs, people that are coming by to grab a cup of coffee, grab a pastry, a thing that we think is a great opportunity to integrate within the community and continue to be a good neighbor. Where we are at the timeline right now, we are working through conceptual schematic drawings. I think the plan is if we receive approval, we will work on more detailed drawings, working towards the LUD's permit process, more civil, landscape, final detailed drawings, and then construction probably would not start until summer of 2028. So it's a long-term design process here. Construction phase logistics, we'll work with the GCs to create a communication plan, make sure we're clear with neighbors, with the city on what's going on, general updates, critical work, creating traffic control, site coordination, and in general, just staying in accordance with the Grand Rapids guidelines for working hours, noise, et cetera. This is a list of the team, if we need to reference any of the consultants on that. So that's the presentation. That's all we have. I know that's probably a lot, so I'm happy to go back, look at any slides in more detail.
Going back to the tree canopy discussion, you said that a lot of them are kind of pruned and damaged, and so do you plan to replace trees? What is that?
Thank you. Yeah, I would like to go back to that as well. Yeah, let me show this. So there are currently about 20 trees that are along the perimeter of the site, and a lot of the trees have been grown or planted underneath the utility lines, and over the years the pruning has really affected the trees, and so we would like to propose a landscape plan that has more tree cover than what's existing. It'll be thought through on where the trees are planted, coordinated with utility lines, and it will just be a better long-term plan to replant those trees, for sure, yeah. Oh, sorry. Uh-oh. Elizabeth, I think I hit the wrong button here.
Wait, no, they did that already.
Yeah, I've got to jump back to ours. There we go. Sorry about that.
Is the road Evergreen go all the way through to the site, or does it stop at the end of the residential area?
Yes, it stops here.
Okay,
residential. Yeah.
Thank you for clarifying.
Yeah, it's just meant for fire access, right?
Okay.
There's a gate.
Are you planning to combine the two parcels? So it'll be one parcel that will,
Existing, do you mean the east and west, the existing?
yes.
Okay. I don't know yet. What would you like us to do?
Oh, I
We've
think
talked about it in the course of prior development work, and at this point, I think in conversation with the city, there was a comfort with them being separate, but we're also open to making a combination.
Okay. I don't know that I was more curious about what your plan was versus having strong feelings one way or another. It appears that we could work with both if there's easement agreements, certainly between the two properties. I know sometimes financing, ownership can be structured a little bit differently depending on what's being constructed. But presumably, well, it would be expected that at least the two single-family parcels at the southwest corner would be combined with the larger eastern parcel, western.
That was why I jumped in. That's what we're contemplating integrating into a single parcel.
Okay. And then the single-family parcel to the north, the plan is to leave that building in its current condition, temporarily utilize it as a construction office, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
And then we would improve the building, the house, and either return it to the market or use it for workforce housing.
Okay, so it would not necessarily, it wouldn't be in your best interest to include that in the PRD zone or to physically attach it then, to keep it separate?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Any other questions for the applicant at this time? Okay, thank you. Then we'll open up the public hearing for anyone who would like to address this case. Please make your way up to the microphone, just introduce yourself, and you have 3 minutes.
I'm back. I'm still Pete Walsh. I live across the street from this project on Plymouth Street. I got to tell you, I'm in favor of this project. I think what they put together looks real good. There has to been some kind of a breakdown in the communication process, though, because I live right across the street. I got nothing on this until I got the notice of this hearing. I didn't hear from anybody. I got nothing to mail. I got absolutely nothing. I found out that there was a meeting, either in June or July, from a neighbor to the few houses to the north of me, who also got nothing, but somehow he found out about the meeting and went to it and told me about it. So, you know, with all due respect, I know from my prior coming before the board that the public outreach is an important, I've even seen plans sent back to do the public outreach over on Michigan Street at one time. So I'm not sure what went on there. New to me today was the coffee shop going in right at the corner of Plymouth and Boston. I thought from reading, I read the packet this morning, I thought from reading the packet it was going to go on the interior someplace the way the restaurant currently is. I'm not sure putting a commercial spot of any kind out on Plymouth and Boston is a step in the right direction. This is a residential neighborhood. The closest businesses to there are Andrea's Pizza and the old Eastgate Pharmacy in that direction. There's nothing to the north and south, and then to the west is the Boston Square neighborhood. So a commercial property, a commercial business open to the public at that location is a step in the wrong direction, in my opinion. Inside someplace, probably isn't a problem. I didn't know the restaurant was open to the public until today when I came here. So that obviously has not been a problem over the time. One other thing is taking down at least the two houses. The house across the street from me is a 150-year-old farmhouse. It was part of the Jacob Barr Farm and Nursery. I knew the owner that sold. She was a friend of ours. I've been in the house. It's a nice, older farmhouse. For God's sake, if we're going to save anything, and I'm not saying they shouldn't move it, we ought to save that house. That's the first aspect of that. The second aspect of it is, you know, at some time we got to stop talking about affordable housing and actually do something about it. I moved into that neighborhood as a young attorney in 1978. That was a starter home for me. That was the plan. I have young neighbors next to me now who just had a baby a year ago. It's a starter, that house is a starter home from them. I'm still there, 2 divorces and 3 marriages later, and I'm happy I am. I'm glad I'm not living out in some mansion someplace. I'm happy to be where I am. I'm close to everything. It's a wonderful neighborhood. I love the neighbors. I love walking into the neighborhood. But I'm a veteran of the war with Metro Hospital 20 years ago. This tearing down 2 or 3 houses is nothing on the scale that they had planned. They were going to tear down 100 houses from Plymouth to East Grand Rapids border and from Boston almost a haul. So this is nothing compared to that, but it's a start of it. Metro started tearing down a house on Boston, a house on Cornell, and then came up with that plan. Now we're going to tear down these affordable houses on the corner, maybe the one on Plymouth. It's just a step in the right direction. At some point in time, we have to draw a line and say, we believe in affordable housing, we believe in preserving affordable housing, or shut up about it. I hear whining from the city commission all the time about the lack of affordable housing and doing something about it. Well, here's a chance to do something about it. Don't tear down 2 or 3 affordable homes. I paid less than 40 grand for my house in 1978. These are probably in the 240 to 300 range, but that's what affordable housing is today. And these are wonderful affordable houses in a great neighborhood with nearby schools, and we're just going to trash them. And that's a shame. Thank you.
Mr. Walsh, are you able to share your address with us?
1549. I'm right across from 1550.
Okay, thank you. We're looking through our mailing list.
Yeah, I mean, I got nothing. I talked the neighbor 3 doors north of me, and he's right across from the project too. And he told me he didn't get anything. He found out through the Eastgate Neighborhood Association, which back in the Metro days, I couldn't be a member of the Eastgate Neighborhood Association, but now I apparently can. The border was Plymouth, so you could on the east side, but not on the west side. So I'm going to have to join up, I guess. But thank you.
Is there anyone else who would like to speak on this case?
Good afternoon, members of the Grand Rapids Planning Commission. I'm Chuck Webb. 8 years ago, you changed the life for my wife and myself. My wife underwent a 13-hour surgery in the University of Michigan hospital where she had been airlifted in. I was serving as president of Spring Arbor University at that time. Recently had retired from Michigan State University as vice president for development and also president of the MSU Foundation. In that regard, I helped raise with the Grant Action Committee here in Grand Rapids some $48 million for the Peter Secchia and Joan Secchia College of Human Medicine. We began a search that spanned 6 states, 24 independent living communities to find out what was the best one out there. Grand Rapids was at the top of our list. I'm here, I've waited 8 years to say thank you, thank you, thank you. What this has done for our quality of life is just amazing. My wife is sight impaired, she has a stroke side, but we have such a loving community. Yes, one of my best friends is a person who worked in a boiler room almost all his career. A couple of our other friends are school bus drivers that are retired. We also have retired teachers and social workers, professors, retired ministers, retired missionaries. And the list goes on. I just want to say thank you for putting together an arboretum that consists today of 27.5 acres where living and learning takes place. And that has truly enriched our life, not just for what Beacon Hill does, but for what Grand Rapids does. We've taken advantage of every educational opportunity and cultural opportunity, performing arts centers. Thank you so very much.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Good afternoon. I'm Mary Alice Williams. I'm a resident at Beacon Hill. I'm a member of the Eastgate Neighborhood Association. So join up, Pete. And I want to address the points that Pete made. When my husband and I were beginning to recognize that we could no longer stay in our home of 42 years in Easttown, we made the difficult decision to look around and try to find out what would be a good next step. And ultimately, through a winding course, Beacon Hill became the place that we chose to live. And our house was immediately snapped up by a young couple starting their family who had been looking and had been outbid for a number of times. And my daughter and her husband, both of them fully employed, had a hard time finding suitable housing when they were going to downsize when they became empty nesters in the city of Grand Rapids. They too were finding that it was very difficult for them to find adequate housing, and they were very committed to staying inside the city. So I would suggest that congregate living spaces like this really does contribute to addressing the need for affordable housing in the city. As those of us who age out of our big homes where we've raised our families, move to a more concentrated community where we can have our needs met, live independently as long as we are able, we are actually contributing to the solution for freeing up housing units in the city. So I just want to put that in your consideration.
Dale Hoteling. I actually live on the northeast side of town, but I'm following up on a couple of comments about the houses that are scheduled for demolition. I spent 14 years in nonprofit housing, and I moved a lot of houses. So please consider finding one of the nonprofits in town who might be interested in moving those homes. It'll save you the demolition cost too.
Anyone else? Okay, thank you all. We'll close the public hearing and invite the applicant back up.
I'd like to thank the participants for comments and questions. This has been a long, enduring dialogue between Beacon Hill and the community. We're highly interested in being a good neighbor, and especially about making excellent choices with resources. To Pete, Mr. Walsh's comments about affordable housing, while we haven't got a specific component of our independent living committed to affordable housing, by demolishing the two homes, yes, we reduce some market capacity, but we will be increasing market capacity by about 101 homes with the addition of 103 new senior living apartments. Should create capacity, some of which we think will fit within the definition of affordability in that $250,000 to $400,000 range. Naturally, about 75% of our residents fit the profile that Chuck mentioned earlier, also about coming from traditional vocations. We've got a gentleman who just recently exited his mail route, which he was a career mailman in, and a variety of other types of vocations which perhaps all of us were in at one time or another, just like me. And so, indeed, Beacon Hill is affordable. We are not by definition low income, but we certainly are accessible to all the seniors who would want to come in to this type of housing. We are also wide open to finding creative ways to make use of the existing homes. And I appreciated Dale's comment about moving them. We've talked about it on a cursory basis. I don't know much about it, but we will explore how to see how feasible that is.
Could you talk about the coffee shop a little more?
Yes, I'd be happy to. To Mr. Walsh's comment on a commercial operation being located at that corner, it is indeed further away than the current commercial operations where Andrea's Pizza are. It's probably, I don't know how far that is. Anybody know how to measure that?
Block and a half.
Block and a half to the east. Our objective in placing the shop there is to have an anchor for residents to visit, as well as neighbors, in order to, erase the feeling of isolation from that particular corner of the community. Our goal is to be integrative, accessible. We've designed our entire site in a way that there should be cross-traffic, pedestrian cross-traffic, and it's happening today. We think that the proposed walks and other drives and other amenities around the community site that we're proposing will actually enhance safety, allowing people to walk, push walkers, children in all sorts of varieties of modes across the site in a controlled way that is easy and welcoming. But the coffee shop itself, we think, is going to be a normal part of our operation and would be a nice benefit. We received some positive input from other Evergreen neighbors in particular about its location and the possibility of it being open to them as well.
Will there be signage associated with that on the exterior?
We would propose something like an applique. I don't know if I can get to it here. Let's see. I think I'm going the wrong direction. Do you remember where that went?
Coffee shop study. Yeah, maybe go through the civic drawings. Yeah, keep going. Yeah, keep going.
Pardon me. Okay, we're looking at this sort of sign. You can see the word Tate on the cornice of this particular building. These are inspiration images taken from a coffee shop that I actually was at in Washington, D.C. There's another one in Boston just like it. Something to this effect. It would be, we're open to about any type of marquee or sign that is appropriate for this space.
Would they be allowed to do that? Can you comment on that?
So if, assuming the Planning Commission and City Commission are in support of having a commercial cafe business at that location and think signage is appropriate, then the way the condition is currently written is that the signage for the development shall be governed by the rules and requirements for residential zone district. We would probably further want to go on to say, and that signage for the cafe shall be subject to the requirements of the TBA sign district, for example, sign requirements, if you think that the cafe is appropriate and that signage for that cafe is also appropriate. We would just tie it to an appropriate zone district that they would follow. So it would be permissible through your authorization.
I'm just having a hard time picturing, are we talking about like the Aquinas College coffee shop on campus, or are we talking about Starbucks? That's what I'm wrestling with.
Great question. I know Starbucks. This is not a Starbucks. I'll say that. We're intending this to be an internally operated feature for residents who would use it as part of their meal plan probably, or other types of a la carte dining. It would be also, we're not establishing parking specifically for it along the street. It's designed to be walked too. And so our hope would be that we create a local affinity group for it, and that, certainly any public person is welcome to come in, but its goal is to serve the broader community of Beacon Hill while also welcoming residents from the neighborhood. That just like we're operating with our Garden Cafe, we've got a really nice constituency there from neighbors who walk through the garden and come in for coffee or other stuff that's being served there, as well as residents who frequent it on a daily basis.
All right, thank you. Any other questions for the applicant at this time? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
If I could just start out by saying I recall the 2019 discussion with the prior phase, and it seemed like there was a lot of good engagement work that happened at the Planning Commission hearing and after tabling and coming back. I feel like this has been a lot better thought through and planned and engaged. So thank you for that.
So I'm assuming it's time for us to talk, right? So I appreciate the density. I appreciate the fact that this development is addressing the street properly. I think it's a massive improvement over what's currently on site. As far as the scale and density, I think it's totally appropriate. I think it will, for all intents and purposes, fit in with the neighborhood. It'll certainly be a noticeable change, but I think it's an appropriate change, and it will be a good thing. As far as the coffee shop is concerned, I appreciate the location. I know that one of the letters that we received were concerned about how inwardly focused this development currently is, and I think by building out to the street and having transparency on the street and residents visible to the street, and having this coffee shop along the street, it very appropriately addresses some of those concerns. So I can envision people from the neighborhood walking over to this coffee shop because it's convenient, and then you're going to have interactions with residents. So some of that desire for interaction with the community should be possible through some of these design decisions. So I think it's appropriate. Also, the fact that some people in the neighborhood don't know that the kitchen exists, that probably won't be the concern with the coffee shop. So I think this is very well thought through, and I think it's appropriate.
Two things, just to piggyback on the coffee shop. I think it is a neighborhood gathering place. As my fellow commissioner stated, there's no parking assigned with it. It's really more of a walkable environment. Having lived in Seattle, where there's a coffee shop on every corner, it is an amenity, not like some other kind of retail. It is really a place where people in the community, and hopefully the residents of Beacon Hill and the residents nearby, can gather and mingle and have some libations, or not libations, some coffee and sweets or whatever. I also wanted to comment, a couple of weeks ago, or a month ago, we had a report, and this is following up on the reports of senior housing and Ms. Williams' comments. It was interesting to me to learn the part of our housing shortage is because we are more single occupancy residential oriented, and that is growing over years to come, and that's a difference in a lot of demographic things. People remaining single longer, having less children, people living longer, those kinds of things. And so your comments were very well taken in that by us moving into places, seniors moving in, that does include me too, into places that are denser and more concentrated can free up some of the homes in which we've raised larger families or had more occupancy to it. So I think the addition of this will then, it will have that other outcome of freeing up more homes for young families and others. And then thirdly, I have, as I'm looking at these kinds of situations more and more and visiting friends in them, understand or have seen a lot of these kinds of developments which have this continuum of care and housing and beautiful grounds operate more in suburban locations. I am excited to see, and let me tell you, I was working for the City of Grand Rapids in economic development and head of the Foundation for Metropolitan Hospital, and horrified at the loss of losing all those jobs to the suburbs. But this replacement, I think, it fits the neighborhood without the needed expansion of a hospital to encroach more. It provides an alternative in living facilities, and I think is really an asset to both this Eastgate neighborhood, but to the Grand Rapids community as a whole.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what else to add. I think the two commissioners really said it well. I really appreciate how well thought out this plan is. I'm in full support. I really appreciate the step down of the building to create a transition between it and the single family neighborhood that surrounds it. Appreciate bringing the rest of the community in with this coffee shop. And yeah, I'm in full support. I did want to clarify that we're only considering phase 4 today. Is that correct?
Yes, they would come back for just a planning commission, correct, for phase 5?
No.
Did you have it?
I think that's a later phase.
Okay.
And that would require the
The whole thing.
Okay.
And that this is a recommendation to city commission and not an approval, or not, yes.
That's correct.
Okay.
This is a recommendation.
Okay.
Density.
I think the density is completely appropriate. I guess I wanted to just make sure with staff on the appropriateness of the building materials. They seem fine to me, but based on our regulations, I wanted to make sure that.
Yeah, with the PRD, there is greater flexibility than what your other zone districts may have, and the Planning Commission has previously allowed for the use of these same materials throughout the site, just in different phases of the development.
Okay. Then I am comfortable with that too. And I'm prepared to make a motion if we've covered everything. Okay. Now therefore be it resolved that the Planning Commission recommends approval of the request of Beacon Hill at Eastgate, Jeff Hughley, for a major amendment to the PRD to allow the construction of 48 new assisted living units, 103 new independent living units, and support spaces and amenities at 1813, 1845, and 1919 Boston Street Southeast, and 1460 and 1550 Plymouth Avenue Southeast for the following reasons. The mix of uses, density of development, and design of the proposed PRD are consistent with the master plan and the purpose and intent of the zoning ordinance because the proposed buildings are an addition to the existing retirement facility. The proposed PRD will ensure efficient development on the property and will result in a logical and orderly development pattern in the neighborhood because the proposed development will support the desired future character of the neighborhood. The property's grade changes were utilized to limit the impact of height on the surrounding single-family homes. The proposed development will be compatible, harmonious, and appropriate with the existing or planned character and uses of the neighborhood, adjacent properties, and the natural environment because the proposed buildings will be scaled, massed, oriented sited and architecturally designed in a manner sensitive with other development in the surrounding neighborhood. Potentially adverse effects arising from the proposed development on the neighborhood and adjacent properties will be minimized through adequate and enclosed on-site parking, appropriate orientation of building structures and entrances, and the location of fencing and landscape buffers. The proposed development will not be detrimental, hazardous, or disturbing to existing or future adjacent uses or to the public welfare by reason of excessive traffic or noise, because traffic is not anticipated to significantly increase with the construction of the proposed facility. Connections among buildings, uses, and amenities within the property will be provided because adequate internal pedestrian and vehicular circulation will be provided for residents, employees, and visitors through drives, walkways, and indoor connections between buildings. The proposed development will retain as many natural features of the landscape as practicable, particularly where the natural features assist in preserving the general character of the neighborhood, because the proposed phase acknowledges grade changes on the site and the landscape plan thoughtfully addresses street trees and other vegetation. Adequate public or private infrastructure and services already exist or will be provided at no additional public cost and will safeguard the health, safety, and general welfare of the public. The proposed development will not be detrimental to the financial stability and economic welfare of the city because the new development will provide additional housing options within the city. Wherever practicable, the proposed development will provide amenities including but not limited to park and recreational facilities, urban open space, and non-vehicular connections that serve a public purpose, because the development will include substantial green space, walkways, and recreational opportunities for use by both the residents and the general public. Be it further resolved that the following conditions of approval shall apply to this project. Standard conditions at A, approvals on the screen, striking 5 and 7. 2, I'm gonna go that the site shall maintain at least 30% green space and 48% tree canopy. That this approval shall take effect as required by City Commission approval in accordance with Section 5.12.12.g of the zoning ordinance. And then I would love a signage condition.
I think it's similar, just a tweak, that the signage for the development, including the retail cafe use, shall be governed by the rules and requirements of the residential zone district unless a planned sign program shall be approved in the future.
Love that. Thank you.
After
sorry.
overanalyzing, it's good.
Okay.
State it simply like that.
Thank you. That's it.
Support.
I believe Commissioner Shannon supported. I was also wondering, in other large residential developments, we've included a condition that the construction activity may occur between the hours of 7 a.m. to 7 p.m.
Yes, I would like to add that. Thank you.
Which is more restrictive than the noise ordinance, which from a development perspective of this scale, have found problematic with other neighborhoods. And then, sorry, is that okay?
Yes.
Supported?
Yes.
Okay. And then the other item, and I didn't catch this earlier, Commissioner, based on testimony or conversation, I guess, I had suggested striking the rezone of 1460 Plymouth, the single-family home to the north.
Thank you.
So that we're not encumbering that in a PRD development. If there is intention to continue using it long-term as a single family and the potential to put it back on the market.
Yes.
Encumbering it by a PRD would be more challenging. And we have temporary use permits that we can work with the operator, construction manager to use it temporarily. So I would recommend we strike that address from this resolution.
I agree with that. Should we also add a condition that the other two properties be combined with the?
I don't feel strongly, it's pretty inherent with the design that there won't be an option for us to move forward with permitting if they don't combine it.
Okay.
Combine the two residential pieces with the larger 18.
All right, I'm comfortable with that then.
Okay.
Okay.
Support.
We are striking 1460 Plymouth.
Southeast.
Thank you.
Sorry about that.
No, thank you. I appreciate it.
We have a motion and support. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed, same sign. Motion passes.
Just as the room is turning over, I do want to assure the commission that Mr. Walsh's property specifically was included on the public hearing notice distribution list. So we were able to quickly confirm that. So I'm sorry if he feels he didn't receive it. I can only go by the mailing list.
Yes. That was his first notice.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
Developer.
Okay, we'd have to go back through and do some additional research to understand that. We do post signage while we're in intermission. We do post signage on the property as well to try to bring notice that there's something happening there. So we'll continue to try to do better if we have missed something.
For our next case, we are looking at a request to expand a school use within a residential neighborhood and the parking also associated with that school. The address is 1000 Ball Avenue Northeast. It is in the MCN LDR zone district. The property surrounding it, to the north is a retirement home, to the east is a school, to the south is a church, and to the west is the Kent County Juvenile Court Center. It has been a school for a number of decades. I believe originally it was an elementary school. Currently it's used as a pre-K through 12th grade, and that is what brings the applicant here. The school lacks the facilities it needs to properly accommodate through 12th grade. It is located on the east side of Ball, mid-block between Leonard and Matilda Streets. The existing structure is a single-story masonry building, and the associated parking is mostly in the front yard. Here's an image that shows the structure as it exists today. And then this is a view of the southernmost drive onto the property. The building addition that is proposed is to be 29,871 square feet. This slide shows the property as it is today. And this slide shows the proposed addition to the school. The addition will house a new gymnasium that has a full-size athletic court, a music room, labs. As I said earlier, really the intent is to be able to properly accommodate the range of students that attend the school. The addition is proposed as a single-story cement block building. As you can see in the renderings, there are a variety of building heights proposed. Some of that is to include the specialty rooms like the wood shop, the lab, and the gymnasium. Those have to be taller for different reasons. The height requirements for the zone district are met, and it is a single-story building. The new structure is designed with a blend of masonry, glass, and insulated metal paneling designed to complement the existing building. The higher quality materials are forward-facing. They're on the facade that is visible from the street. Metal paneling is proposed to be the primary material on the sides of the building that are not street-facing, that are not as visible to the street. As you can see, most of the addition is behind the existing building. And so in regards to the proposed use, and you can see on the rendering here, this is an example of how far back the metal paneling will be. We asked the Planning Commission to consider the use of that metal paneling as a primary material, considering where it is in relation to the existing building on the property. They have proposed a masonry base going all around the property. Transparency in the zone district The front transparency of 40% is met. The side transparency of 20% appears to be met. You can see on these renderings that on the gymnasium and auditorium, there's not as much transparency. The ordinance does allow transparency requirements to not apply on that portion of the building. Even so, it appears that the minimum requirement is met. Considering parking, the existing site has 29 spaces on site. The expansion will include 101 parking spaces altogether. The circulation on the site will be reconfigured. This circular drive, just to the west of the building, is the bus drop-off lane. So these 7 or 9 parking spaces existing that are connected to the bus drop-off lane are proposed to be separated, and internal drives or internal walkways for pedestrians will be included to provide additional safety. A number of trees are proposed to be planted along Ball and along the north property line, trees and shrubs that will meet the landscape buffer requirements. A rain garden is also proposed in between the parking lot and Ball Avenue. So for consideration today is the proposed expansion of the school use in the residential neighborhood and also the expansion of the parking for that use. Does the Planning Commission have any questions for me?
I have one. So in the staff report, and when talking about the tree canopy, it says the canopy calculations weren't provided, but the site does not appear to meet the requirement.
It does not. They are planting a significant number of trees, and there is opportunity for them to add additional trees as well to bring the property closer to conformance or in conformance, and that can be confirmed at permitting.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Laura at this time? Okay, thanks. And we'll invite the applicant up to add any additional insights.
You can use the keyboard or the mouse.
All right, good afternoon. My name is Nathan Engelsma. I'm a board member at Grace Christian Academy. Thank you for having us here today, and I'd especially like to thank Laura and Elizabeth for the help and the time they've given us previous to today and discussing this project with us. They've been a great help. A year and a half ago, we decided to start fundraising for this project, and it was a large sum of money, and it was pretty daunting. And so today as we sit today, we've collected $8 million. We have another $1 million match. So we've been truly blessed. We've had fundraisers, golf events, and our little community just really stepped up and really contributed in a big way. Laura kind of stole most of my thunder. She presented very well where we sit today. And this addition is, as she said, primarily for just giving us the space inside to do what we need to do. So we don't have to have band in a library. They don't go good together. We have very limited locker room space for our children to change out into PE clothes, and the gymnasium we have is just inadequate for our bigger kids. We have rainy days, and it's like when the doors are shut up and everybody's inside, it's just really tight. There's not a lot of common area for our children to congregate in break times. And so we're not looking to blow up and make a massive school. I don't think we're looking to see a massive enrollment gain from where we're at right now. It would be nice to, pick up some enrollment to, defray the cost of tuition. But our main goal here is to just provide a, high standard of education for our children. And so also accompanying me today is Bruce and Pam Quakel from BDD Construction. Bruce, do you have more to add? Or?
I'm going to be very brief. I see you have 4 more things on your agenda, and you want to go home at some point, all of you. And as one person once says, that the seat can endure, or the mind can take in no more than the seat can endure. So I have been given permission by the board after I saw the staff report was sent to us the latter part of last week, and that the tree canopy was not met. We're more than willing to work with LUDS, and there's a number of areas we can add trees, which will greatly help that. So if permitting, if we can do that, that would be great. There was a few questions dealing with traffic. Even if the school was to grow by approximately 47 students, which was the year before, it would add at the most 1 bus, and at the growing trend, maybe 4 cars dropping off students. So we're talking very insignificant traffic growth. As a matter of fact, this year, because of locations, they were able to eliminate 1 bus. So it would bring it back up to what it was this year. There was a question dealing with the entrances. We were going to primarily, the school at this time intends to use as a daily entrance is the entrance they're using currently. It's closer to the classroom, so on, for students to come in and mainly use the new fancier entrance and special events, so on. That's closer to the gymnasium. Otherwise, I'm going to be here just for questions. Thank you.
It would seem that you have a good relationship with the neighboring church, and they have a huge parking lot. Can you talk about why you think you need to add more parking?
Staff at the time had told us that it's to the city's benefit is to be able to keep as much parking on site as you can in the event that down the road the church was sold or something happened. Right now, we do have a shared 10-year parking lot agreement with them. And when there's special events, we could still use some of that parking. Or for parents dropping off their children, it works great for that. So, but this would bring the parking, a lot of it right on site of the site being used. So we felt it was better for the community as well. I realize that it does require parking in the front, but if you look at the demographic of the neighborhood there, that precedent has long ago been set. So I don't think we're asking you to do anything that's not there currently in both public and private buildings.
Regarding the entrance, are there going to be any changes made to your current main entrance to make sure that folks know that that is remaining to be the main entrance since your new entrance is going to be so prominent?
We're a small community with regular newsletters and everything that go out. So I don't think that will be an issue. Otherwise, we could put up some real small signage. But within the community, they're used to that. There's a lot of parent involvement within the school. So I don't see that as an issue.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for the applicant at this time? Okay, thank you. We'll open up the public hearing for anyone who would like to share their thoughts on this case. Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing and turn to commissioners for deliberation.
I do want to, I appreciated this is tucked away, and whenever I do happen down, behind in here, sometimes to visit some of the other nonprofits along, I did I do recall, and the illustrations in the packet showed where a lot of the other entities have parking in the front, and I think by adding it in the front, then, as you said, the precedent has been set and is therefore fits into the neighborhood. So thank you for that information. And I certainly can see the need to move the music room away from the library, although I understand modern children can do both at the same time.
I was trying to find it in the staff report, but I believe there's stormwater system is going to be under one of the parking lots. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, otherwise, I think this is an appropriate expansion of the use that's here. I do think we should condition that the tree canopy be brought into compliance with that 48% requirement, but otherwise, I'm in support.
Wondered if the Planning Commission, in light of the residential use directly north, whether looking at construction times is also necessary again.
Yeah, I would be in support of the 7 to 7.
Okay.
I'd be willing to make a motion if we're at that point. Now therefore be it resolved that the Planning Commission approves the special land use and site plan review request of Grace Christian Academy to expand the existing school building and parking lots at 1000 Ball Avenue Northeast for the following reasons. The proposed use will be consistent with the purpose of and intent of the master plan and zoning ordinance, including the zone district, because the proposed use will contribute to the viability of a neighborhood school, which is recognized as integral in building and maintaining communities. Contribute to providing a balanced supply of appropriately scaled institutional uses that are compatible with adjacent land uses. The proposed use will meet the site plan review standards of Section 5.12.08.e because the building expansion will be developed so as not to impede the normal and orderly development or improvement of surrounding properties. The arrangement of drives, parking, and bus drop-off pickup for students promotes safe and efficient vehicular and pedestrian movement within the site. The proposed use will be compatible, harmonious, and appropriate with the character and uses of the neighborhood, adjacent properties, and natural environment because the proposed use is an expansion of an existing use in the neighborhood. The proposed use will complement and provide support for residential uses already in the neighborhood. Potentially adverse effects arising from the proposed use will be minimized because the building addition will be placed predominantly behind the existing structure. Building structures and entrances are appropriately oriented on the site, and the site layout is arranged so as to allow vehicle circulation for student drop-off and pickup without negatively affecting traffic on Ball Avenue. The proposed use will not be detrimental, hazardous, or disturbing to existing or future uses or to the public welfare because the traffic generated by the use will be limited to specific pickup and drop-off times. The landscape buffer provided will adequately screen the parking lot from the neighboring residential use to the north. The proposed use will not adversely affect the walkability of the neighborhood, impair pedestrian circulation patterns, disrupt the continuity of the urban street wall, or otherwise hinder the creation of a pedestrian-oriented neighborhood because the internal pedestrian connection from the site to the property to the north will be reconfigured for improved pedestrian safety. The building and site area required for the proposed use will retain as many natural features of the landscape as practical, particularly where the natural features assist in preserving the general character of the neighborhood, because existing trees to be removed will be replaced with additional trees, increasing the overall tree canopy of the property. The building addition will not disturb any existing natural features on the site. Would this be a good place, or is it later to add about replacing trees that were taken out earlier? As a condition? Okay.
I can work on that.
The proposed use will not be detrimental to the financial stability or economic welfare of the city, because the proposed use is not expected to result in a need for additional city services. The proposed use would comply with all other applicable city ordinances and policies and all applicable state laws. Be it further resolved that the following conditions of approval shall apply to the project, as you can read them on the screen. Number 2, that a variance approval shall be required for an expansion of parking in the front yard. And we are going to add the condition about replacement of trees, and if you have any language, I'd appreciate that.
I drafted for your consideration that the tree canopy requirements for the zone district be met and confirmed at the time of LUD's permitting. And second, that construction activity may occur between the hours of 7 a.m. to 7 p.m.
Thank you.
Support.
We have a motion and support. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Motion passes. We're going to take a 7-minute break. We'll reconvene at 3:50.
Are you sure not 7 minute or 6 minute, 10 seconds?
order so that we can carry on.
Elevate them beyond just
Yeah.
spirit, literature.
I'll take this moment just to give a shout out to our tech people who facilitate these meetings and broadcasting thereof, live streamed, et cetera. So thanks to them.
We're live streamed? Let me go put my lipstick back on. I'm teasing.
All right, the next item on the agenda is a request for 648 Bridge Street Northwest. We also included 345 Lexington Northwest in the notice, but that is actually not part of this request today. It's owned by the applicant, but it isn't going to be part of the request, and I'll point that out in a minute on the maps. Oh, well, I can show you here. The 648 Bridge is the main parcel. 345 Lexington is this little arm to the right, and they don't intend on using that parcel as part of this development. So it's included, I think, in the resolution. You can eliminate it. What's under consideration today is a request for a higher density let me back up just a moment. The applicant is proposing a new 5-story, 148-unit development in the traditional neighborhood, Transitional City Center Zone District. A number of these dwelling units will be micro units. It's 120 of those units. And today, the TCC Zone District cannot support the density that they are requesting. And so they're asking for optional plan review to allow for a greater density than would ordinarily be permitted. Now, you might ask, what is optional plan review? We don't get a number of these crossing your desks. So it is an alternative process by which the Planning Commission may evaluate and approve a development project that cannot otherwise be accommodated using the minimum standards of certain zone district. It's to allow some flexibility in the regulation of development projects to account for unique site conditions or other circumstances, and to result in development that is consistent with the characteristics of the surrounding neighborhood. Now, in addition, they are asking for a reduction in the number of parking spaces. So, I want to talk a little bit about the regulations in the Transitional City Center. And the density requirement is 750 square feet per unit. And that doesn't mean that each unit has to be 750 square feet. It means you need that much lot area. That's how you figure out the density. Well, Article 6 of the zoning ordinance contains a density bonus. It's in the TBA, the TOD, which we don't have much of, and the C zone district. So all the zone districts except for the city center and the transitional city center have this density bonus. And the minimum lot area per dwelling may be waived for the provision of micro units, and when certain conditions are met. Well, up until recently, I guess that was June of last year, this density bonus was also included in the transitional city center. You might recall that we had a package of zoning ordinance text amendments at that time that really had to do with height in the transitional city center. And this density bonus was inadvertently, the TCC was inadvertently eliminated from that density bonus at that time. So two items from now today, we are holding a public hearing on a text amendment to put that back in. But today, right now, the applicant is subject to the density, the maximum density in the TCC, and that's why we are looking at this optional plan review. That elimination of that regulation was completely inadvertent, and a policy change there was not meant to be made. So the applicant is proposing 148 dwelling units, and 120 of which are to be micro units. Just going on the 750 square feet per unit, 64 dwelling units would be allowed. So the number of dwelling units that they're proposing that are not micro units are within that 64, and then they're proposing additional density consistent with what the regulation previously allowed, with the waiver of lot area for those micro units. Just a quick overview of what we're looking at. We've got the old Dutler's grocery store here and a surface parking lot. The applicant is proposing to demolish all the improvements on the site and build a 5-story development. Today, we won't be looking at any of the site or site layout or building elements, just that density and also the parking. Everything else will be reviewed on a staff level. So I hope I've adequately addressed the density issue. Does anyone have any questions on that?
Yeah, can you please clarify the not talking about building elements and how that relates to active use along the street?
Oh, sure. So let's see, what's the best? Okay. So on the left is the ground floor. At the northwest corner there, we have basically the lobby. There is a small coffee shop that's proposed, and as well as offices, a lounge or lobby, the vestibule, fitness center. So all of these things that I've just mentioned, that's really active use. This ground, obviously on the bridge frontage, it meets that requirement. The remainder is a parking deck, and the details of that parking deck, this is a conceptual plan at this time, so we've not gone through that. There is a section of the zoning ordinance about parking structures, which I do not have in front of me, and perhaps Ms. Turkelson can assist, but if going from memory, I believe at least, on the primary frontage, at least 75% needs to be active. On the secondary face,
25%.
It has to be at least 25%. We did confirm that this dimension is at least 25%. Now, I do understand that this is the longer side, but it is the side street and Bridge is the primary frontage.
Is the coffee shop internal or external? Is there any public space on the first floor there?
Yes, it is. I'll let the applicant provide some details, but it's a small little coffee shop, and it will be open to the public. And I understand that this developer's sort of sister development at 220 Quimby, Quimby and Plainfield, has a very similar treatment.
Commissioner Swem, did that address your question?
I believe so. I mean, I should have been a little clearer in that I wasn't sure if we should be talking about how this building addresses the street along, I think it's Gold, but since it sounds like it meets the zoning ordinance, I probably don't get to talk about it anyway, so.
I guess I would say, I think staff would love to see more active use, but we also believe that it meets the letter of the ordinance, and we have asked the applicant to please work with us on that ground floor treatment on Gold.
Thank you.
On to the next part, and that would be parking. So a total of 90 parking spaces are required for the combination of, of this combination of uses. 69 on-site parking spaces will be provided, and so they're asking for a waiver of 21 parking spaces. Now, sort of a subset of that, and this is something that has come up several times, has to do with bike parking. And you might recall we had a similar discussion at 385 Leonard Northeast, for the 220 Quimby, and possibly a couple other ones. But if for micro units, you can reduce the parking requirement by half a space with the provision of at least 2 enclosed bike parking spaces per micro unit. So for 120 micro units, they can have a half space per unit for vehicle parking spaces. So that is 60 spaces. And then they would need 240 bike parking spaces. The applicant is proposing about 74 enclosed bike parking spaces instead of that 240. So the residential bike storage is deficient. And so we're asking you today whether the provision of the 70 bike parking spaces for the micro units will meet the intent of the bike parking requirement. So I guess one last thing I want to add there is that we have seen when we wrote this bike parking requirement, or the vehicle reduction for micro units that required 2 enclosed bike parking spaces per micro unit, I don't think that we ever envisioned having developments of 120 micro units. I think we were thinking we might have a 150 unit development with a handful of micro units. I don't think we ever envisioned what we are having today. So, this is something that we do want to explore further with you at a later date. So in sum, we're looking at a sort of optional plan review to allow this higher density, and also a reduction in parking, including a reduction in bicycle parking. Do you have any questions for me before I pass this on to the applicant to discuss?
I have a question as to how the calculation, I don't know if this is standard, of needing 2 bike spaces for a micro unit, when it would seem a micro unit most often is occupied by maybe 1 person. So please tell me where my thinking might be wrong.
Want me to respond to that, Elizabeth?
Or
Oh, please.
Okay. So guilty. Several years ago, probably back in 2013, 2014, when micro units were coming into our market, there was a lot of conversation about how the development community could fit more units inside the box, but because the density calculation was such that it wasn't allowing the site to be maximized. And so, in my defense, we did work with the development community to develop this language that we have today. I think as the market changes, we're starting to see where adjustments might be needed. Because as Elizabeth mentioned, we didn't anticipate that it would be such a significant number of units within a single development. We thought that it would be a subset of the units within the development. And so with that understanding, the 2 bike parking spaces per unit seemed to have made sense. Also, it was a trade-off with the community, thinking, okay, if we are going to allow more density on the site, what would the natural reaction of a community be? It's about people, it's about cars, it's about traffic. And so the increase in pushing the number of enclosed bike spaces was seen as a mitigating solution to those anticipated concerns. Again, now that the market has changed and we're seeing a substantial number of micro units coming into our market, it probably is time to look at that adjustment of whether 2 spaces is really 2 spaces of bike parking, per unit is really reasonable or necessary. To your point, many of the units are occupied by a single person. Many cases, they might want to bring their bike up into the unit. So these are all lessons learned over the past several years, which is why we're suggesting that the number of spaces that is being proposed, bike spaces being proposed within this development is probably logical or reasonable versus where the ordinance is suggesting. So we don't have an exact number for what we should change that number, that 2 to, how we should adjust it just yet. But that's an ongoing conversation with Mobile GR and, those that are working in this space, activists within the community, to find out what should we change that to in the future. In the meantime, we just put the tough questions to you to answer.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
So that was my follow-up question, is whether the provision of however many spaces we end up deciding is appropriate can be made in the unit itself, or if it has to be separate.
It doesn't have to be accommodated within the dwelling unit, you mean?
Yeah, so like if they put a bike hook in every micro unit, does that satisfy a bike parking space requirement?
So in discussion with our bike czar here in the city, she really does not recommend bike hooks because not everyone can lift a bike to the ceiling. And then now with the advent and popularity of e-bikes, electric bikes, they're really heavy and you can't do that. Additionally, micro units are small, and that's one of the reasons why a separate bike room is part of that calculus. Okay, can I turn this over to the applicant then?
Elizabeth, thank you so much. My name is Ryan Talbot, Talbot Development. I know, very creative company name. I'm the developer here. I'm also the developer, as Elizabeth said, of 220 Quimby, which is right across the street from Creston Brewing in the Creston neighborhood. That project is actually a really great preview of what this project is going to be. So this project on Bridge is roughly a 2x scale up of that project with a couple of evolutions on the thesis and the design. So the big picture here is to bring as much density to neighborhoods, walkable corridors as we can within reason. And the parameters I'm trying to stay within are a construction type that's not super expensive, micro unit as a very emphasized unit type in the building. Commissioner Shannon, as you mentioned, a lot of single occupancy households are looking for places to live, and these are great spots to free up other units in the market. And looking for those vibrant corridor neighborhoods where people are already spending time. So Creston has been a great fit for that product so far. That project finishes later this fall, and we've had lots of interest in leasing for that building. So it's going really, really well. And Bridge Street is an even supercharged version of what the Creston neighborhood is. If you go there on a Thursday, Friday, or Saturday night, it is jam-packed with people. It's hard to even cross the street. So putting heads in beds in a walkable corridor like this is, I think, exactly kind of the right idea for a project like this. So if you're familiar with the location, there's a lot that's immediately walkable from this vicinity. So we're kind of kitty corner across the street from Bridge Street Market, which is that Meyer-owned, really cool grocery store that I hope you've been to. It's really, really fantastic. You could hit it with a rock if you were so inclined from this building. So all of your grocery trips can be, in fact, most convenient are on foot. All of the bars and restaurants up and down Bridge Street are easy, 4 or 5 minute walk down the street. Even downtown, crossing the bridge from Bridge Street to Michigan is really probably 15 minutes on foot if you wanted to. So even if you work downtown, it's a very quick bike. It's a very quick walk to take advantage of everything nearby. So de-emphasizing vehicle travel to the extent that we can is a sort of thesis of this project. So I will admit, originally when we looked at this site, we had designed a 4-story wood frame only building. That's my preferred construction type, just like it is in Creston. That keeps the cost per unit as low as possible and keeps as much, I guess, flexibility on rents as we can. When we laid it out, because this site is so close to rectangular, when we laid it out and put as many units as we could, as many heads in beds as we could, we ended up with basically no parking on the site. And if you know the kind of developments I like to do, I'm not afraid of asking for parking reductions, but that was a little too far for me. So what we opted to do on this site at some expense is to do what's called a podium project. So jack that 4-story building up by 1 story of concrete. So there's concrete at grade, and then there's another concrete level above that, almost like a wedding cake tier type thing, and then a wood frame construction above that. And what that allowed us to do is come up with the site plan that you see, where about maybe call it 20 or 25% of the site area is that activated frontage on Bridge Street wrapping around to Gold, and then the remaining, call it 75 or 80% of the site area is both tuck under and open air parking for the rest of the site. So that's how we got to this particular layout. Now, in thinking through it, obviously we looked at maybe trying to put another level of parking in there, and really the costs just become out of control, and the corresponding rent you have to charge is really starting to get outside of the strike zone that I'm trying to hit. The rents for this building will be in the 80 to 120% AMI range, really more in the 80 to 100, maybe 105% AMI, trying to stick to, I'll call it a slightly more accessible market rate, but So adding a bunch of construction expense to the project, especially when we're really, really trying to emphasize those non-car trips and in a location where you can, I think, make a very defensible argument, it didn't seem like the right idea to burden the project with many millions of dollars more of construction costs when this is really supposed to be a building that's pushing forward in urban living. So to that end, there's a few features that we're doing. So we've got the bike room that we do have is going to have charging capabilities for e-bikes. I understand some of the ADA concerns with bike hooks in the units. That said, they're very inexpensive to do, and so it's kind of a might as well do it in case they get used, because there are a lot of folks who will bring their bike up, and the folks that choose to can put it up on a hook if they want to. They're maybe $10 a piece, so it's very easy to do. So in terms of total bike capacity on site, multiple hundreds, but in terms of that, ground level secured locked bike room, yeah, we're maybe slightly under the original zoning code, but really it's because of that micro unit emphasis in the building. We're not talking a ton about building elements, but it came up, so I want to mention the frontage along Gold Street. You can see in the renderings there, because we have that parking on the ground floor, I don't like looking at parking. I don't think anybody else here likes looking at parking. And so what we're doing is alternating a motif of a mural and a green wall and a mural and a green wall. I've already started talking to Lions and Rabbits about getting some local artists to keep those murals fresh and maybe refresh one or two of them each year. A lot of cool opportunities just to sort of engage the community and stuff like that. The parking entrance and exit will be along the back side of the building on Douglas, so kind of away from the traffic on Bridge Street. Almost no traffic along there in any given time of day, so in and out is going to be very easy. And then, that's kind of the basic idea of the building. Outside of the approval we're asking for the parking spots, I am having some conversations and reached some agreements for some additional parking in the neighborhood, some other resources, but I don't want that to cloud the approval today for what we're doing. Some of those are more temporary in nature, and those parking spots will someday be developed, and I don't want to entangle what we're trying to approve here with anything else. But I do understand parking is at a premium, but a building like this in a location like this, in a time like this, I think is probably the right thing to do. So.
Did you reach out to the adjacent residential neighbors?
We have noticed. Have we? I've met with the neighborhood associations, John Ball and West Grand and Stockbridge Business Association. But in terms of the immediate adjacent neighbors, I've met the commercial neighbors on both sides. There's a couple of houses that do front the site. I haven't managed to get a hold of those people yet, but the neighbors have been fantastic to work with. The commercial neighbors along that same frontage are really excited for 148 new households of customers, as you could imagine. And I think everybody's excited to get the construction part out of the way and get to the fun part. So.
Can you remind me what's on, what's the side street there across the street from you? Is that parking?
In which direction?
To the west.
To the west. That is a former bank site. I think that is being redeveloped into some kind of like drink lounge sort of bar thing. So.
I'm trying, but there is housing, but it faces the street behind there.
There's one house on Gold that you can see there.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any questions for other questions for our applicant?
Oh, sure.
Hi, I'm James Lewis with Pinnacle Construction Group. When we submitted this project about 2 months ago, you get into, far into conceptual design, schematic design. We're 2 months later in design, we're, full architecture and engineering. things come up as you design buildings, and we would like to request one fewer parking spaces on site, if that would be possible. So 68 instead of 69.
One, okay.
Yep. And I would also like to point out that Ryan does have letters of support from the West Grand Neighborhood Association and a letter of non-opposition from the John Paul Neighborhood Association.
All right, thank you. Then we'll open up the public hearing. For anyone who would like to comment on this case, please make your way up to the microphone, state your name, and you'll have 3 minutes to share your thoughts.
Hi, my name's Michael Dussault. I'm the former owner, and Angela Dussault is the current owner of 322, 324 National Northwest. It's on the corner of National and Douglas. If you went back to the plot map showing the houses, we could note the graphic upper. Yeah, there you go. So we're actually located on the property, literally right there. And owned that home between the two of us since 2001, renovated the property upon taking ownership. Angela just put about $35,000 into re-renovating that property. It has one off-street parking site, and then on-street, it's a 2-unit property. It's been a 2-unit property since it's probably been built in 1879. If you look at that neighborhood, most of the homes are maybe a single driveway and or no driveway. There is lots of street parking for the people in the homes that are there right now. And I would like to understand where 80-some vehicles that don't have a parking spot at the location where they're going to live are going to go. I've lived in Grand Rapids since 1989. I've been going up and down Bridge Street for most of that time. Again, owned property there for 20-some odd years. It's been relatively low income cost. We don't have any residents that I'm aware of that didn't have at least one vehicle. So that's 2 for that home in and of itself. I cannot imagine what parking there would be like, especially in winter when you can only park on one side of the street at any given period of time. And if you have students that are renting a micro apartment that have a car, they're going to park it and leave it in the street for days, weeks on end. Just actually spoke with a friend of mine at work that was a student at Grand Valley State University, lived downtown, parked his car for weeks on end because he would take the busing, he would bike, he would do things to get to other places and not need his car. But there's not anybody I know who works and lives in Michigan that doesn't own a vehicle and need to get places. And so the premise that you're going to have 80-some people living in this apartment without the need of a vehicle, I think is just erroneous. There's no way that that's going to happen. And what's going to happen is their need for parking is going to get pushed out to all the people in the neighborhood. And a lot of those cars are going to sit there and not move for prolonged periods of time because they can just walk across the street. That said, already brought up Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Bridge Street. You guys have done a great job in getting that area developed. All the people that come downtown also need places to park.
All right, thank you.
So, thank you.
Hi, my name is Margot Sodini Johnson. Old Home Week, huh, Elizabeth? Anyway, I'm with John Paul Area Neighbors. Ryan did visit us. We did send a letter of no objection. We have had conversations with Ryan about parking, and I know he was trying to, in enough spaces, addressing that, and he thinks he has something in play. And we also talked to him about the articulation of, along Gold, so people walking there feel safe. And, you know, they have some eyes on the sidewalk. This is a site that has been unused for quite a while. To have it activated, it will be a very positive thing for the neighborhood for safety reasons. The scale of this is consistent for Bridge Street, and it remains human scale for the neighborhood. As I said, we're always worried about that parking piece of it. We understand the push-pull of that, and I have no off-street parking for me in that particular neighborhood. But to have neighbors using Douglas Park again and not having this empty site of Dutlers there is our vision, especially when going west, because we're hoping going west of this site, it remains housing at this scale and or secondary uses, types of uses that benefit the neighbors. So that's what we have to say. Thank you.
Is there a neighborhood parking program in your neighborhood?
No. And we don't want one at this point in time. And can I speak to that? Okay, so the reason why the city proposed it is because of the stadium coming in and the zoo expansion, right? And all we ever hear is, look at how much revenue this is going to generate. And yet, this is a CDBG, federally funded neighborhood because they're low income. And they were going to make them pay for the parking on the street. And there's just something wrong with that. So it's on hold.
Hello, Andrew Carley. I'm the Director of Outreach for Strong Towns Grand Rapids. I spent all day talking across the street at the Advanced Manufacturing Fair, so I do apologize for mixing words here. What I'm going to talk about will also align with 555 Leonard. We support all parking waivers. We believe that in residential projects or projects in general, parking kills projects. For this project, if they were to meet their parking minimums, it would probably make it financially unviable. If I have to guess, the cost of parking in a ramp, according to Progressive AE's estimates on the stadium, is about $30,000 per parking space, which is astronomical. And when we're talking about getting people into homes or small businesses starting up in neighborhoods or really development everywhere, a figure like that kills the development. So we strongly support their parking waiver. And generally, like I said, oppose parking requirements throughout the city everywhere. But thank you.
Is there anyone else who would like to speak on this case? Okay, we'll close the public hearing and invite the applicant back up to respond to anything that you heard.
All right. Michael and Angela, thanks for showing up here. I appreciate your concerns. Frankly, it is a push and pull. The neighborhood is changing as more businesses move in and there's more activity. And
Ryan, could you just
I'm sorry.
address us?
Oh, sorry.
Please.
Okay, sure.
Thank you.
Andrew is exactly right. Building lots and lots of parking is a great way to just not have the housing at all. So it's an unfortunate circumstance of just how construction costs are and interest rates are. And, soon enough you'll see requests for brownfield and NEZ come through on this project and an MEDC CRP loan. And there's lots of headwinds in creating housing despite the massive demand. So I think that getting units built, getting heads in beds is probably the greatest good, and doing everything we can. I'm not going to tell you like, oh yeah, definitely 80 people won't have cars. Like I understand that that's not practical at this point, but doing everything we can to make those non-car trips easier could start to alleviate that burden. If any of you have even paid for car insurance in the last 5 years in Michigan, it's really expensive. And if you can create a lifestyle or foster a lifestyle or just make it that much easier to maybe give that up, that can be a big tailwind for folks, especially folks who are in the market for a micro unit. So I'm not going to say that that's a perfect correlation and one-to-one, and that's how it works, but all we can do is try to remove some of those barriers. To that end, there's other things we're looking into. I can't say we've locked them up yet, but there's some really cool things to do in terms of like electric vehicle car share kind of programs. I tried to figure that out for the Creston project, but it's still very new and difficult to navigate. But there are some examples in West Michigan of having a car that sort of lives at the site, and you can book it on an app for an hour worth of driving around and that kind of thing. And it's got charging time built into the app scheduling, and it's very cool. You just have to navigate the paperwork to get it to happen. But anything we can do to help remove those barriers and get people on their feet or on two wheels more often than four is stuff we're certainly interested in doing and pushing forward. We have been in contact with Mobile GR as well to try to locate some bike share very close to the building, potentially on the corner of Bridge and Gold, but we haven't gotten far enough along there yet to confirm that. But, again, emphasizing foot trips, emphasizing, bike usage, it's going to, I'm not going to say it solves the parking problem, but it hopefully rounds the edges off just a little bit, so.
All right, any further questions for the applicant? Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
I think it's important, staying on the parking conversation for a moment, I think it's important that the Planning Commission is bound by the ordinance, which doesn't allow you to arbitrarily waive parking, that those waivers, if you will, have to be earned, and they're earned through a variety of means, including availability of on-street parking, if available, transit, proximity to transit, bike parking, et cetera. And so I think that that's important to make sure is clear to the community that you don't have that authority to just arbitrarily waive spaces because it feels like a compelling argument that those have to be earned. And in this particular case, as you'll note in your staff report, Elizabeth's done a nice job of detailing how those spaces that you're being asked to waive are earned through those variety of amenities that are available or have to be provided.
Sure, yeah, I mean, staying on that, this is an ideal location to have a project like this as it relates to alternative modes of transportation. You have the Dash route, you have the 9, as was pointed out, Bridge Street Market's right there, so you don't have to travel a long way to get great groceries. There are city-owned lots relatively nearby as well. So I think it's appropriate to, I think it meets the standards to provide that parking waiver. For the bicycle spaces and two as well, I look forward to future conversations about those micro-unit bicycle parking requirements. The density as well, I mean, based on what we've talked about in terms of the bonus that was in place before that we're going to be looking at hopefully in not too long here today as well, that it would fit within that bonus structure that might be reinstated today. So I'm comfortable with the density as well.
I appreciate the concerns of the neighbors and agree that in Grand Rapids, almost everybody owns a car. There's a thing called zip cars that I used out in Seattle, and it would be a lovely thing because when we think about how many hours a day we use our car, it's pretty small. And in zip cars, you can rent those by the hour for that trip you need out to Costco or something that you don't get from your urban surroundings. So I do have some concerns about building more housing, but pushing out or making it more difficult for the existing affordable housing there. And I don't know quite how to address that. There was talk about the managed on-street parking, or whether you can manage on-street parking by not making it overnight parking, but then the residents couldn't use it. So I do, this is a lot of units with a lot of, not a lot of parking available, and the only alternative, and particularly given the stadium coming, is on-street parking. And I don't think we were given any counts or anything about what's available in terms of on-street parking.
I think from a parking standpoint, this meets the standards for reduction. I agree that this is one of the better neighborhoods to do this in, because the location of Bridge Street Market and other amenities in the neighborhood. One thing that I wish was here is actually the opportunity to reduce parking in the future, because I'm assuming those murals are on sheer walls, and if they were in a place where that front row of parking or the first 2 rows of parking could be repurposed in the future, I think that would be an intelligent move, because I would like to see activation along that street at some point. I understand the needs for parking right now, and getting rid of half of the parking in this meeting is probably not going to happen. So I think making accommodations for future active use along the street would be amazing. From all the bike parking conversation, I think having done it before I had kids, owning a car was a great excuse to own a nicer bike. And when your bike is nice because you don't have to pay for car insurance or the car or gas anymore, there's no way I would have had it anywhere other than in my unit. I'd figure out a space for it, because it was too expensive to leave in communal bike parking. So those are my thoughts. Oh, and I think density is appropriate, scale is appropriate, all those things.
Can I respond to that real quick?
No, thank you. I don't think we need more input. Okay. Can we make sure that we do contemplate the appropriateness of the OPR approach, and especially to make sure that this isn't a way to circumvent the other requirements of the zoning ordinance?
Yeah, I think this is an appropriate tool. As we've discussed, all the other elements of this project can be administratively reviewed by staff, and it's just this one kind of sticking point that 6 months ago would not have been a sticking point. So, yeah, I think this is an appropriate tool. I'm happy to make a motion, unless you want to. You're making notes. Okay.
Could I just also say in support that this is in the TCC zone district, which is further evidence that it seems like the proper location for this kind of a development.
Good point.
And it's easy for me to misremember which zone district we're in when we're talking about parking requirements, because we're not that far from the CC zone district in this location, which has 0 requirements, and then we're right next to the LDR, which does have different requirements. So, thank you.
All right. Now therefore be it resolved that the Planning Commission approves the optional plan review request of Talbot Development, Ryan Talbot, for additional density and bicycle and vehicular parking reductions for a 148-unit 5-story development at 648 Bridge Street Northwest for the following reasons. The project will meet the site plan review standards of Section 5.12.8.e because the site will be developed so as not to impede the normal and orderly development or improvement of surrounding property for permitted uses. And the development will be designed to meet all other requirements of the zoning ordinance. The project will be consistent with the purpose and intent of the master plan and zoning ordinance, including the zone district, because the project will support Objective 7 in the Great Neighborhood section of the master plan to locate higher density residential development on transit routes. The project is in an area identified as Village Center in the West Side Area Specific Plan, which is the highest intensity area designation. And the West Side ASP highlights this location as the key to Bridge Street's success as a transit-oriented location. By increasing residential density, the district will be revived with residents looking to live in a vibrant, compact, mixed-use area as this street once was and support additional transit lines in the future. The project will be compatible, harmonious, and appropriate with the character and uses of the neighborhood, adjacent properties, and the natural environment, because this development will support the placemaking elements of the TNTCC zone district, specifically elements supporting a mixed-use environment. The project will not have adverse effects on the neighborhood because on-site vehicle parking will be provided within a parking structure, and indoor bicycle parking will be provided for the residents. The project will not be detrimental, hazardous, or disturbing to existing or future uses or to the public welfare by reason of excessive traffic noise or visual clutter, because the intensity of the use is appropriate to its surroundings with access to multiple streets and public transportation, and the proposed uses are allowed within the TCC district. The project will not adversely affect the walkability of the neighborhood, impair pedestrian circulation patterns, disrupt the continuity of the urban street wall, or otherwise hinder the creation of a pedestrian-oriented environment, because the development has been designed to enhance the walkability on all street-facing sides of the property. The project will not significantly modify the basic standards of the zone district to the extent that it adversely affects the established or future character of the neighborhood, because the building will be designed to meet other site layout and building elements of the zone district. Public or private infrastructure and services already exist and are adequate to support the proposed development. The project will not be detrimental to the financial stability and economic welfare of the city, because the use will encourage other investment in the area. The project will help meet the demand for housing. The request is necessitated by a condition related to the site or structure and is not a means to reduce costs or inconvenience, because the request is necessary to develop a site with greater density than would ordinarily be permitted. Be it further resolved that the following conditions of approval shall apply to this project. Standard conditions at A, approval, striking number 5. That is it.
Support.
Thank you. We have a motion and support. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
Yes. Here, I'll help you with that. Carol, just a note that Commissioner Van Streen stepped out per his conflict. Okay.
The next item on the agenda is for 555 Leonard Street Northwest and the associated addresses. A similar project received special land use approval in 2021. The approval has since expired and the building design and uses have been slightly modified. Today, a new 4-story mixed-use development with 28 dwelling units is proposed. The development site is located partially in the TN-TBA and TN-MDR zone district, with the building and some parking in the TBA and additional parking in the MDR. A new surface parking lot in the TN-MDR zone
Avery.
district.
Can you just pause until we get our 5th commissioner back?
I didn't realize we lost one.
Yeah, we technically don't have a quorum at the moment.
Okay,
Sorry.
it's all good.
I didn't realize Commissioner Sam, like, where happened?
Yeah. We've had planners in the past who have been good at telling jokes. Is that a skill of yours? No? Okay. Okay, please, carry on.
Would you like me to restart or resume? Resume, okay. A new surface parking lot in the TN MDR zone district requires special land use approval. A reduction in the required number of parking spaces is also requested. The Planning Commission review will be limited to the above requests. The other elements of the project, such as site layout and building elements of a new building, will be reviewed administratively. This development site is located in the west side corridor area-specific plan. This area-specific plan outlines a parking hold line for this area, and the parking hold line seeks to limit surface parking serving the commercial district to locations generally 1 block or less from Leonard Street. All parking in the current request is located within the parking hold line. The surrounding zoning and land use areas include medium-low density residential to the north and east, mixed-use commercial to the east and south, as well as a fast food restaurant to the west. Existing site conditions. The site is currently located in the northwest intersection of Leonard Street and Gazan Avenue. The properties located in the TNTBA zone district are 555 Leonard Street, which you can see in the image in front of me, and 1211 Gazan Avenue, which is currently operating as a gravel parking lot. The remaining 2 residential lots on Gazan Avenue are in the TN-MDR zone district and are improved with vacant single-family homes that will be demolished upon development. The new 4-story mixed-use development will be constructed to meet TNTBA site layout and building element requirements. The 28 dwelling units will consist of 9 traditional 1-bedroom apartments, 17 alcove 1-bedroom units, and 2 studio apartments. 19 of these units are considered micro units, which contain no more than 475 square feet. And the building design will allow for outdoor seating in the southeast corner along Leonard Street. 38 parking spaces will be provided in the attached parking lot, which is partially located in the TN-MDR zone district. A landscape buffer is required where a parking lot is adjacent to residential use, and the applicant will be providing sufficient buffer for this requirement. And existing sidewalks along Gazan Avenue are currently 3 feet wide, and to meet city standards, a new 5-foot sidewalk along the east side of the project along Gazan Avenue may be required upon permitting. Due to the mixed use of lands on the site, the mixed-use parking coefficient can be used to reduce the number of required parking spaces. A total number of 48 parking spaces are required for the combination of residential units and commercial space with this coefficient. The required parking for micro units may be reduced up to 1/2 space per unit with the provision of 2 enclosed bike spaces per unit. The development will be providing 38 on-site parking spaces with micro-unit parking reductions, and a waiver to reduce parking by 10 spaces is requested. As previously stated, vehicle parking for micro-units may be reduced with additional bicycle parking spaces provided in an enclosed, secure facility located on the ground floor. After the first 20 required bicycle parking spaces has been met, additional spaces shall be calculated at 50% of the requirement, which results in a total of 35 bicycle parking spaces required for the residential use, and an additional 3 bicycle parking spaces for commercial use, which equals a total of 38 parking spaces for bicycles. A ground floor bicycle storage room will accommodate 22 bicycles, and outdoor storage racks along the east side of the building will provide the remainder of the 16 parking spaces for the bicycles. Planning Commission should determine whether the provision of 38 bicycle parking spaces meets the intent of the bicycle parking requirement for the proposed dwelling units. A number of methods to reduce parking requirements can be met with sufficient nearby on-street parking and transit in the area of a proposed development. For the current site, there are 3 on-street parking spaces available in the vicinity across the street to the east, as shown on the screen. as well as west of the railroad tracks, there is parking available on both sides of the street. There's also a bus stop for the Rapid Route number 7, which is indicated here with my cursor. That's located right in front of the site. The parking occupancy map shows Leonard Street Northwest to be 0 to 25% occupied, while Gazan Avenue is 75 to 100% occupied. The applicant has received 3 letters of support for this project. Overall, the Planning Commission should consider special land use approval for a new surface parking lot in the TN MDR zone district, as well as considering whether the criteria for a parking waiver is met with the deficient of 10 parking spaces. Does the Planning Commission have any questions for me at this time before I turn it over to the applicant?
Can you just review what's on the screen again for us to how to interpret that there?
Yeah, so this is showing that along Leonard Street, the occupancy is typically 0 to 25. I believe along Gazan, it's showing 75 to 100 due to the fact that those houses have no parking, or their driveways are lined up in the back or the rear of their properties, and they face Quarry Avenue.
Thank you. Any other questions for Avery at this time? All right, thank you. We'll invite the applicant up to share your insights.
Hello, my name is Ryan Schmidt. I'm a partner at Indigo Design and Development. We are a architecture and real estate development shop here in Grand Rapids, 920 Cherry Street. It's a little deja vu as we're here today to present this deal again. Unfortunately, the timing of the previous versions, it obviously has not proceeded, but we love this site. We love West Leonard. We think this type of project is ideal to replace a gravel parking lot with something with productive, active ground floor use and housing above. It's a project that we've worked on for almost an embarrassingly long amount of time. Since then, we have started and completed other developments, while this one clearly has not begun. But we're not giving up because we really believe there was a series of different events that caused previous versions to not proceed, and that's water under the bridge at this point. We're excited here. We're actually proposing one additional story than what you've seen previously, and our earlier version had a 3-story building. This has a 4-story building. We really like that additional story for the street wall in Leonard. We like the ironic juxtaposition of a fast food restaurant next to the site, but we want to bring good urbanism and good development to the city, and we're actively involved in other developments on commercial corridors, walkable areas in the city right now. We know how important it is to create this increase of density in walkable areas. Avery mentioned that it is directly on the Rapid bus line. It also is on the redesigned Dash line, which goes down Leonard and then south on Seward. We love that. It's served by 2 great public transit options here. And so one thing I wanted to note about the parking is that we do not have a first floor tenant lined up yet, but we indicated in the application a use, and I think it was a coffee shop was listed. It has a pretty intense use so that there's the parking requirements. We were trying to present sort of a worst case scenario for you all. There might be a use that wouldn't generate as much parking need, but in the application itself, I believe, and the staff notes it lists coffee shop use, I think, there, although no tenant has been identified for that currently. We're proceeding with that space speculative. Obviously, we believe this aligns strongly with the master plan. We do have a letter of support from the West Grand Neighborhood Association. We previously had letters of support from the Business Association, and we've been speaking with them recently, and we have positive communication, although I don't unfortunately have an actual letter of support for the new version from the Business Association here today. But we've had nothing but positive conversations with them and the neighborhood about this and getting rid of the gravel lot and building something something productive and positive for the community. So I don't know that there's a whole lot more to present here. We're really excited about this development. We finally have the pieces in place to proceed. We think it'll be a great addition to West Leonard, and we're hopeful for a positive outcome today. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Ryan? All right, then we'll open up the public hearing for anyone who would like to comment on this case. Please make your way up to the microphone. Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing and turn to commissioner deliberation.
Go ahead. No, you go. Okay. I think this is completely appropriate in this location. I'm glad to see again that even though with the updated plan that the parking isn't going beyond that hold line that is identified in the West Side ASP. Yeah, looking forward to something active, walkable development in this space.
I agree. I think, this street is developing into, like Bridge Street and others in our neighborhoods, to be walkable, and this adds, obviously, the space is underutilized. Parking lots, especially gravel ones, hopefully are not the first thing you see when you drive down Leonard. And I like the, I hadn't heard of alcove space, but I remember seeing it somewhere, and I think that's a nice bridge between a one-bedroom and a studio option. So I think this is a good addition, and hope you can find a commercial user.
So I appreciate again, the density's good. I like everything about it except for demolishing houses for surface parking. I'm not a huge fan of that, but so my personal preference would be that there's more of a parking waiver and we're not demolishing existing housing stock for surface parking. That being said, I understand that there's some significant site constraints there. I know I constantly advocate for not designing other people's projects, but I think maybe you could get rid of 6 spaces and put 4 townhouses in there, which would be pretty sweet, so that we could at least have some residences along Gazan, even though it's more of an alley than a real street. Anyways, so all things considered, I'm in support, but generally not super happy about demolishing houses for surface parking.
One question I have related to the sidewalk in the staff report, it says they may be required to put a 5-footer. What determines that? Like, will they or won't they?
That would be done through design team, engineering, traffic safety review, so.
Okay. I would advocate for yes.
Planning department would typically advocate for the addition of sidewalks, so sometimes we just have to battle other friends in other departments.
Yeah, I agree with all of that. And if you ever wonder about an urban street wall and what it is or isn't, this is a perfect example of a missing urban street wall that you're planning to fill in. So I think that's great.
Yeah. All right. I think this is a great project. Density is appropriate. I'm fine with the parking. I'm happy to make a motion. Everyone's ready? Now therefore be it resolved that the Planning Commission approves a special land use and site plan review request of 555 Leonard LLC, Ryan Schmidt, for a surface parking lot and a parking reduction to support a 4-story mixed-use development with 28 dwelling units at 555 Leonard Street, 1211, 1217, and 1221 Gazan Avenue Northwest for the following reasons. The proposed use will be consistent with the purpose and intent of the master plan and zoning ordinance, including the zone district, because the proposed use will reflect the purpose and intent of the TNTBA zone district to include active uses such as retail and restaurants on the ground floor and adhere to the parking hold line standards of the West Side Corridor Plan. The proposed use will meet the site plan review standards of section 5.12.08.e because as a new development, the plan has been designed to meet all other provisions of the zoning ordinance. The proposed use will be compatible, harmonious, and appropriate with the character and use of the neighborhood, adjacent properties, and the natural environment. Because the proposed use will support the desired mixed-use character of the neighborhood, and the provision of on-site parking will mitigate parking pressure on other uses in the vicinity. The proposed use will not be detrimental, hazardous, or disturbing to existing or future uses or to the public welfare by reason of excessive traffic or noise, because adequate landscaping screening between the parking lot and the adjoining properties will be provided. The proposed use will not adversely affect the walkability of the neighborhood, impair pedestrian circulation patterns, disrupt the continuity of the urban street wall, or otherwise hinder the creation of a pedestrian-oriented environment, because the redevelopment of the site with the building located along Leonard will reestablish the street wall. And provision of the minimum number of parking spaces will support a pedestrian-oriented environment. The proposed development will retain as many natural features of the landscape as practicable because adequate green space, tree canopy, landscape screening, and buffers will be provided. Adequate public or private infrastructure and services do already exist or would be provided at no additional cost and will safeguard the health, safety, and general welfare of the public because public infrastructure and transportation systems necessary to support the development exist in the vicinity, and reliance on additional public services is not anticipated. The proposed use will not be detrimental to the financial stability or economic welfare of the city because the use is not anticipated to result in nuisances that require excessive code enforcement actions. Be it further resolved that the following conditions of approval shall apply to this project. Standard condition set A approvals on your screen. And 2, that the width of the parking lot landscape screening along Gazan Avenue may be reduced to facilitate the construction of a 5-foot wide sidewalk.
Support.
Thank you. We have a motion and support. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes.
Thanks.
No, thank you, Carol. He sent me a message to let me know that he was unable to return due to a personal commitment.
The next item on the agenda are 4 text amendments proposed today for your consideration. I'll just give a brief summary of each one, and if you have any questions, feel free to ask. And if the planning director, if Kristen, you could add some information as well, that would be appreciated. The first text amendment is proposed to allow for additional parking for office uses in the traditional neighborhood city center zone district. We have a parking maximum. There is no minimum parking requirement. This is to allow for additional parking within that zone district. The next text amendment, as discussed earlier in the meeting, would be to reinstate the micro-unit density bonus in the TCC zone district. This amendment, the red line version, looks more extensive than it actually is. We have split the tables between the building elements and the site layout sections of the zoning ordinance to make it more clear and easier to find the provisions for the bonuses. The next text amendment is, I think I breezed right past it, is It's suggested that we move the location of the micro-unit parking calculation from the parking waiver section to the parking calculation section. The intent of that provision is to reduce the base calculation for the parking requirement, and that will help clarify for applicants when looking through our zoning ordinance that it's not a waiver, but it changes the base calculation. And the last text amendment.
Can I ask a quick question? Are we, on this table, I'm sorry, what does SPX mean under each of these?
So this is the last text amendment that is proposed, and the P in this table stands for use that is permitted by right.
Okay.
And the S is anything that is a special land use.
Okay.
So it is proposed that the car washes and vehicle fueling stations be reclassified as special land use in the commercial zone districts.
Thank you, Laura. So circling back to the top of the order, starting with the additional parking for office uses within the city center zone district. I think Tim Kelly, the executive director of DGRI, submitted a really well-articulated letter explaining why we are jointly requesting that this be brought forward for your consideration. Over the past several years after implementation of the GR Forward Plan, which did eliminate parking maximums and set a eliminate parking minimums and set a new parking maximum, we've had a number of instances where larger office users have butt up against that requirement, stating that their demand is, their particular needs are exceeding what our ordinance would allow. The Planning Commission does have some authority to allow for a greater increase, but what we're finding is because of the number of cases that we've had for consideration and also, quite frankly, an opportunity for us to push our transit our mobility requirements beyond what the market is providing right now, we thought that this might be a really good opportunity for us to kind of take a step back. One of the more recent examples, I think, was Corewell Health. Now, to be clear, this particular amendment does not advance that particular application, but it's indicative of the kinds of conversations that we've been having both at City Planning Department level as well as DGRI, where we have this desire to have large corporate offices or just large office users, and this parking issue is perpetuated. And so if we take a look at, and so we were having this market demand. At the time we implemented it was pre-COVID, and so the spatial needs of the office users have also changed. And so with the Corewell application, I think that maybe restarted the conversations between Tim Kelly and I about whether this ordinance is really satisfying the needs and the vision of our community the way we had intended it to. You'll also note that we've expanded our downtown, our zone district. We as a city have not built any new parking structures anytime in the recent memory. And so there's a lot of other things that have transpired since we implemented this recommendation. And so we took a step back and said, what if we were to change that base calculation? So what if administratively we were to allow larger office users, which we've noted is at least 100,000 square feet, were to allow a parking ratio of 3 spaces per 1,000 square feet instead of the 1 space per 1,000 square feet. But with that, there's a minimum floor area, as I've stated. There's also the requirement that the parking be within a structure. And also, there's quite a bit of transit demand management practices that are also required as part of this recommendation. And so collectively, I think we felt that this was a pretty thoughtful and nuanced approach that's very specific to office users. I'm pulling them out specifically because we haven't had these same conversations or these same challenges with hotels, residential units or mixed-use developments. And so it was a more, we think, a tailored approach to solve a challenge that we were both experiencing, and still advance the vision of, or the need for, large corporate office users that's stated in the GR Forward plan. So I'll pause there. Are there any questions or comments on that particular amendment before I move forward?
I have one or two. It would be interesting to see, post-COVID, the vacancy rate of existing parking structures. I know in my own building adjacent to Bridgewater has a lot of vacancy in their office use, or the number of cars there. And because so many offices are switching, as Corwell talked to us about in detail, I think, about this whole system that they had put together to evaluate how much parking or the reduction in parking because so many people work at home. So here we are, on the other hand, looking, and I do want to accommodate large employers, obviously that adds jobs and tax base and all of that. But here we have a number of vacancies in, and I don't know what it is, but it would be good to understand, what's our vacancy rate in office space? How many parking spaces are available on any given day versus 4 years ago or 5 years ago? I mean, I know when we come into this, I don't park here because I walk here, but this parking ramp is fairly empty unless there's something going on at the convention center. So, and I just find it, here we are about adding parking, we've been talking about subtracting parking, and with this dynamic going on of office space vacancy and less office space needed per office because of the changes in the way people work, it would be good to get an overview of where that trend is leading, to understand the dynamic. So Corwell's up in North Monroe, and I think the other is Amerishire that you talked about, which is south of here. And of course, those are the areas that are being added to the downtown district and are, so we're kind of getting a spread out of the parking. That too, with the fact, I mean, overlay that, so the whole parking thing too, less people are using dash parking, at least from my vantage point, and looking at dash parking, and that dash parking that is empty is not going to be for a stadium. So it just seems overall, I feel it would be helpful to have information about what's the movement in downtown, office, residential, and other city-owned parking. This city owns a lot of parking ramps, and there is now a parking ramp being proposed for the amphitheater. The amphitheater, I think, will be used mostly in the evening, so that would also provide parking for office users during the day. So that's my those are my questions as we look at this on an individual basis of different businesses. And I am totally in support. I think many of you realize I'm, looking at jobs and how we either retain or attract more jobs downtown. But it also seems as if there's a lot of parking that's not being used because of the way people work. And I don't know, are we losing office space downtown as we are in Bridgewater, which is now bankrupt or is going bankrupt because of the loss of a major tenant there, and the parking is half full, I can tell you, most days.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner. I don't have the data available right now for the vacancy rates of private developments. I can tell you from a city perspective, the vast majority of the ramps that we do own as a city have wait lists for monthly parkers. So that's part of the issue, is that we don't have capacity within our public lots. Now, government center, I agree with you, the basement, but don't tell people the basement is often available, which is where I park. But joking aside, the vast majority of our parking ramps do not have parking available for monthly users.
Well, it would be helpful for me, and at some point, as we look at our housing capacity, and it just seems like parking is a major topic in front of this commission on many projects. To get an overview, particularly for the city center, which has grown, and where that is going. Expensive parking ramps and being built, it's not always conducive to trying to get more, less vehicular use and more mass transit and things like that, where we have allowed those kinds of things in the past, but it seems now we want parking in the front door.
I think it's important to note that this is not providing a parking minimum, that there is still the allowance not to provide parking for any development in the city center zone district. This is an administrative departure, which there are requirements that staff and or the planning commission would have to go through to evaluate whether an administrative departure should be granted. I will state in most cases this would be I would anticipate this to be a staff level review. We still are obligated to follow the standards, of course, and then you'll note in the proposed draft ordinance, the TDM practices that are also expected. So it is not eliminating the parking minimum.
I understand that.
Okay.
I understand that.
Sorry if I didn't understand your comment there.
Well, we're talking about adding more than what was allowed before.
Yep.
And so my concern is, are we fully utilizing the parking that is existing? And is there growth in the downtown in our use of office space that necessitates the addition of more than the minimum required for parking space?
Thank you. So our answer from a city-owned perspective, the answer is we are at capacity. So the city cannot absorb more monthly parkers, which are typically the daily office users. And so that's why we are butting up against this issue very frequently, every time we have a conversation with a large office user about this parking minimum being too low because there isn't the option to park elsewhere. Any other questions or thoughts on that particular?
I guess one quick one. I think it's fine the way it's written right now. I'm in support of it. I appreciate the acknowledgement that we can't do this perfect every time. So when we run into issues, we can accommodate them or deal with them. One thing that I think that we should continue to think about, maybe as we see some of this implemented or see how some of this gets implemented, would be if there can be, and I don't have a way to even word it right now, but if there can be a requirement that either certain times of the day or during events or other things in the city that part of being granted more parking spaces would be that you are going to share them. They're not dedicated, so you're not going to end up in this situation where you have an empty parking lot at 4:30 in the afternoon while we're also trying to talk to residents about what happens when there's something at the amphitheater and a soccer stadium and Van Andel at the same time. So I think that there is opportunity there. I have no idea what the wording looks like or how any of that works and how complicated it is, but I think for the future, I think that's something that's worth considering.
Yeah, thank you. I'd want to evaluate that with our legal counsel about the expectation that private space be available publicly. I don't quite know how that would work in this moment. We absolutely do try to be thoughtful in responding to various market concerns. I don't find us to be reactive. This has been, years in the conversation between the planning department and DGRI. We actually did make a change. I think I noted during our business meeting, we made a change several years ago to this similar section. When we first implemented it, there was an expectation that there would be a contribution to a parking fund. I don't remember the exact language. And we realized, you know what, that's not working either. Mobile GR didn't have the ability to set up a parking fund. What would we do with it? It didn't work the way we had initially maybe anticipated through the planning process. And so, as you know, it's not uncommon for us to bring forward where we're seeing continuous changes or need for changes, or at least consideration of changes based on market demands. I think being thoughtful in our approach, not being reactionary, spending a little bit to say, is this one developer, is this one applicant, or no, this is becoming a more common issue, and trying to be nimble and not say, you know, wait until we're doing a whole holistic rewrite, trying to make sure that we're supporting development that is anticipated or envisioned through our planning processes, which is, I think, what we're doing here.
Just a technical question. I mean, I know we're in the final stages of a master plan, but this wasn't something that was included in the master planning process.
Not specifically for the downtown, no. We've had a lot of conversations about parking within the plan, and even the conversation about recommending eliminating parking requirements in our traditional business areas, meaning getting rid of the parking minimums.
Yeah.
So there have been a lot of conversations. This particular amendment, I don't think was part of the master plan. You know, there's always the option to wait on amendments with the realization of the micro unit density bonus being omitted and the desire to bring that in more expeditiously than the master plan rewrite and subsequent zoning. We packaged this up together.
Okay. And I appreciate that. Still, I think that, you know, of course, we have to be ongoing and fluid, and I understand that it's not, you know, the planning process takes this long and getting it through, and yeah, and 20 years is a long time, so you need amendments. But just, again, an update I would appreciate for the Planning Commission on, you know, the whole nature of office space in everywhere, but particularly because our downtown is the concentration place and the engine for that. Would be interesting to get an update from DGRI and others about what's happening in that regard to downtown. I would appreciate that.
I'm looking at my team to help me remember this, but maybe that's something, I know City Commission has been open to like partner presentations where maybe the right place has come in and provided an update, for example, to Economic Development Project Team. I'm sure there's partners, whether it's DGRI or the Right Place or the Chamber, or any of our commercial real estate brokers that could come in and provide a presentation to you to give you a better picture of what is the landscape, current market trends. We could look to do that.
I just wanted to say that I appreciate all the travel demand management stuff that's in here, and it's detailed and extensive and covers a lot of different kind of strategies in TDM, and so that's exciting. I look forward to in the future seeing how many businesses take advantage, or the results of that and how much it's used, and whether there are new TDM programs that emerge as a result. So, that's an exciting part of this amendment, I think.
Yeah, thank you. We looked to our colleagues in our mobile GR department who have quite a bit more expertise in this space to help us draft that. Certainly there's a balance. There's other TDM strategies that can be implemented from a zoning enforcement perspective, having really tangible physical cues that we can see or feel to make sure that we're compliance is kind of that space that we keep within the zoning ordinance. But I know that there are a lot of other strategies that are identified both through the city and other partners. But this was where we felt it was comfortable that we could enforce. All right. Also note, during the meeting, the Chamber of Commerce did send a letter of support recognizing that it was probably a little late for the packet, but I just thought I'd at least acknowledge that they were in support of this proposed change. The next item, I don't know that I need to say much more on this. I think it's been talked about both the prior case and this. Are there any questions or comments? Okay. And for anybody watching, this is specifically reinstating the micro-unit density bonus back into the transitional city center and reorganizing the chapter, but not making policy changes with that.
I did want to confirm that today is not the meeting that we talk about whether to bicycle.
We were not, you certainly were open to your feedback on that. We are not prepared to make a recommendation on change. We have enough flexibility in the ordinance currently to navigate through these questions with you as we did today. I think we were looking to have a little bit more time and space to really arrive at a thoughtful recommendation to you than arbitrarily coming up with a number. But okay. All right, and the last amendment, over the past several years, both the Planning Commission, the Planning Department have seen a number of requests for vehicle fueling stations, gas stations, and car washes. And as we proceed with various land, and I think they're listed in the staff report, through a lot of these conversations, and I think a question, at least from a planning perspective, about whether some of these locations are highest and best used, whether it's the most efficient use of land, clearly an auto-oriented use. Most, no, not most, all are single-story locations, various lot sizes. Today's, for example, was 3 acres of land dedicated to a vehicle fueling station. We just felt like it was worth bringing to you the question, and maybe the recommendation, I would say, to have a special land use review of these types of uses versus a permitted or by right use. With the by right use, there's site plan review standards, certainly, but if those site plan review standards like setbacks and green space are met, the city is not able to make any determination of whether or not it is the highest and best use or whether it is the most efficient use of land. So it really reduces the number of tools that we would have available to us to make those to make that evaluation. And so our recommendation was to bring this forward and ask that we, in light of the number of requests that you can see in your staff report, bring this forward and make the recommendation that these types of uses come before you as a special land use versus a by right use.
I have a question. All of the land use reasons you just said, I understand. Is there something also about fueling stations and car washes that are environmental impact that also makes us want to be more cautious? That's one question. And secondly, is there an element of the ease of repurposing these facilities to other things that wants to make us more cautious?
Well, I think relative to the environmental impacts, I think the answer is yes. However, I think we are able to handle that. That wouldn't be the reason why I'm bringing this as a special land use. I think that, at least fortunately in the city of Grand Rapids, we have capable staff that have expertise in that space to evaluate those environmental impacts and make sure the proper expectations or requirements are in place to mitigate any unintended or unfortunate consequences. Well, I'm not sure I agree that there's an ease of repurposing. While I think physically you would think that there would be, in my experience, we don't lose gas stations. We're not losing. If anything, we've seen an increase in car washes. And so to me, that's the concern, is that although physically it might be a minimal improvement, not necessarily minimal investment, but minimal amount of infrastructure built to support these types of uses, they have some longevity to them. And I think that's concerning enough that should be a pause for how we grow and develop as a city.
Yeah. That's what I was thinking too. What I was, I guess, pointing to is that if someone builds a building for commercial use, it can be a lot of different uses. And so if we're a form-based code,
Yeah.
and so we would more easily make that a by right thing.
Yes, where this is a purpose-built facility.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah.
And we have seen, we've done some attempts to mitigate that, like with the dog wash in Michigan, right?
Yeah. There's very few examples where these existing car wash gas station facilities are repurposed into something different and/or higher and better use.
Yeah. So to me, the fueling stations is an obvious yes for that reason. The car wash also definitely leans in that direction.
So that's all we had for the amendments. I realize that there's simplicity in it, but also complexity in how we structure ordinance writing to begin with. But what we're asking for today is a recommendation to approve the amendments to the City Commission. I'm sorry, is what a public hearing? This, yes, it's a public hearing. Thank you. I conclude my presentation.
Any more questions for the applicant?
I'm sorry.
All right. And we'll open up the public hearing for anyone who would like to comment on these proposed changes.
Hello again. I'll raise this up. I'm Andrew, Carly, Strong Towns, Grand Rapids. Obviously, we're not a fan of parking, but it happens. I don't know what else to say. The city of Grand Rapids itself has gone on a parking building spree. We have privately, not the city of Grand Rapids itself, but within the city of Grand Rapids, 36,000 spaces have been built between 2019 and 2021, according to DGRI, with another 16,000 or 1,600 spaces under construction. 16,000 spaces would plow the entire city over and turn it into one parking ramp. That's no good. So, our opinion is that we have enough parking. Obviously, as more offices and headquarters and all that fun stuff get built, they do need to build parking. We live in a world where most people still drive. We don't fund our infrastructure well enough to be able to bike to where we need to go. I'm a crazy person. I bike everywhere. I bike in all weather. Most people are not like me. I do like the requirements of enclosed bike parking, bike maintenance, showers and lockers, 5% of the parking, all of the transit development. That is all fantastic stuff. I would like that to just be implemented everywhere. It just moves the needle. And if we can get more people on a parking cash out program, that would be fantastic. And making it a requirement for these large developments that are going to require a lot of parking is really, really good. Again, moving the needle forward way farther than just having low parking minimums or low parking maximums will. So encouraging these developers to actually move the needle versus right now where they just build a ramp or go, I don't have enough parking, and then request more parking. And then car washes and gas stations are just bad land use. Again, they're necessary for our built environment. I think moving them into making them a special land use and requiring the permitting process and having that discussion on, is this going to be good for the future, is an appropriate step for the city of Grand Rapids and moving all of our goals forward again. So making sure that we are doing a good thing. We're looking at our land use, making sure that it'll fit for the future. Because, like Kristen said, once a gas station, always a gas station. I paraphrased there, but that summed it up. All in all, text amendments are great. We like to see it. It shows the city being dynamic, and again, most of them are moving our goals forward. So I think they're 2 thumbs up from us.
Thank you. Anyone else who would like to speak on this topic? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Any further discussion, or someone want to make a motion?
I can do it. It's fine. Yeah, no, I think all these make sense and all the discussion we've had around it already. I am ready to make a motion. Now therefore be it resolved that the Planning Commission recommends that the City Commission approve the proposed text amendments to the zoning ordinance for the following reasons. The proposed amendments are consistent with the purpose and intent of the master plan and zoning ordinance because the amendments support the 2002 Grand Rapids Master Plan, Chapter 6, Balanced Transportation, and Chapter 10, Development Character, which recommend different approaches to managing parking demand, such as encouraging the use of transportation demand management programs, TDM programs, by major employers, and Chapter 8, A City in Balance with Nature, recommendations for transportation choices that reduce auto dependence, which will also contribute directly to sustainable development and help to improve environmental quality. The proposed amendments will enhance the functionality or character of the future development in the city because the amendments will encourage anchor tenants and attract global headquarters in the city center. The amendments will support a balance of micromobility with vehicle parking needs. Reinstating the micro-unit density bonus will continue to allow for additional density within the desired development pattern of the TNTCC district. The proposed amendments will enhance the natural features and environmental integrity of the city because the proposed increase to the parking maximum in CC is balanced with requirements that support alternative modes of transportation. The special land use review process for car wash and vehicle fuel stations will require standards for environmental impacts to be met for approval. The proposed amendments will protect the health, safety, and general welfare of the public because the amendments will account for adequate and efficient systems for public transportation, infrastructure services, and amenities. The proposed amendments are needed to correct an error or omission in the original text because the density bonus in the TNTCC was inadvertently eliminated when a 2023 amendment allowed for increased by right building height. The proposed amendments will address a community need in physical or economic conditions or development practices because the proposed maximum parking amendment will support the change in workplace needs and encourage economic investment of new offices in the downtown corridor. And the reinstated density bonus in TNTCC will allow for the creation of much-needed additional housing units. The proposed amendments would not result in the creation of significant nonconformities in the city because any gas stations established prior to this amendment would be considered legal special land uses. Or car washes. Yes, thank you.
I'll support.
We have a motion and support. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. The motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners. And last but not least, very important agenda item. Fortunately, we did have a joint meeting with the City Commission on July 16th, where Planning Commission, City Commission were able to receive a lengthy presentation on the draft community master plan. So for purposes of today, we're not going to go into the content of the plan because we've just done that and know that there are additional opportunities in the future. But we are at the point where the draft plan, we believe, is from Planning Department perspective, is ready for the release to the public. You may recall in the planning enabling legislation that there is a requirement that a draft plan be available for a public comment period for 63 days. And to get to that process, the Planning Commission would need to make a recommendation to the City Commission that it is ready, and the City Commission would need to authorize that distribution. Within the staff report, you'll note that there are a number of agencies that we are required to notify. We will do that. We will utilize various social media channels, public communications, what do you call them, a press release that would also be making community aware that the draft plan is available. We will collect those comments and address them to the extent possible of why we can or cannot address them or how those comments would inform the plan, and that would be available to you. So for purposes of today, we are looking for that recommendation. Layla's going to provide an overview overview of kind of the next steps as we move through this adoption phase, understanding again that there are additional steps in that process for further review of the details of the plan. I'd also like to acknowledge we have two important steering committee members here, Sini and Isaac and Dale, that if they, I think we were hoping that maybe a few words could be spoken because the steering committee was really instrumental in helping us get to that point, guided the community in engagement, was thoughtful in how we move forward, and gave us a lot of feedback on the recommendations as they were being developed. So we were hoping that some opportunity or some time could be afforded to them to speak to their experience. So with that, I'll turn it over to Layla to cover the timeline. Sorry, there is no public hearing today, no.
Okay, great. Thank you, Kristen. So you've seen a version of this before at your July 16th meeting, but we have added a couple options to go over any comments that we're receiving from the public during the 63-day comment period. That would be on September 26th and then October 10th, and those are optional depending on how many comments we receive. And this is just to show you that we're going to be coming back. This is not the last you've heard about the community master plan. We're going to be doing deep dives with you, one in August and then one in September, where we cover half the plan at a time. And then after each of your deep dives, we'll be going to City Commission to do what we're calling a high-level staff briefing, where we tell them about what you discussed and also go over the recommendations with them. And then we'll be going through the public comment period for 63 days. That ends October 16th. Then you're going to hold a public hearing, recommend adoption. We're also going to make any edits that are needed based on the comments that we receive from the public and you and City Commission. And then we'll go through the approval process and have it approved if everything goes according to plan in December. And like I've said before, these dates are subject to change based on your actions and the actions of the City Commission. So I'll take any questions about this adoption timeline. And if you don't have any, then we'll turn it over to our steering committee members.
Just for anyone who might be tuning in, can you just reiterate when the actual public hearing sessions will be held? Which dates?
Yes, so there will be a public hearing on October 24th here at Planning Commission, and then a City Commission public hearing on November 19th. But these deep dives and high-level briefings also have a public comment period during which people are welcome to come and give comments, or people can read the plan on our website, and we're going to have a form on there for people to submit comments that way as well. So lots of opportunities for public comment.
Yeah, thank you. All right.
Okay, so we've invited some of our steering committee members here today. We have Sini Gant-Jordan, who is a co-chair, and Isaac DeGraff, who's a co-chair, as well as Dale Hotelling, who comes to all the meetings because he's a rock star. So since this is kind of the point at which the steering committee is passing off the plan to your body, we thought it would be a good idea for them to say a few words. So I don't know who wants to go first, but I'll invite you up here.
Hi all, thanks for having us today. My name is Isaac DeGraff. I served on the steering committee representing Link Up Nonprofit Housing Corporation. And before I pass it over to Sini, I just want to say, we're very hopeful that this plan will address inequities in our city, promote a community built for all, by all, encourage development and investment in our neighborhoods for the benefit of existing and long-term residents, and be a part of the solution to our housing crisis. During your last meeting, I appreciate your comments about the need for further investment and resources to actually implement this plan, right, as you're talking to city commissioners, because there's a whole lot in there, and it does not just fall on this body or the planning department to make this work. It must require, this plan must guide all sectors across our city, all city departments, and I look forward to seeing the implementation plan that's still yet to be in the draft. I think we're still waiting to see that in there, because in my eyes, that's when the work truly begins, and that's what's going to be, critical to turning equity into action and making sure these aren't just words on the page. So I appreciate serving on this committee, and I'm, continuing to be involved in this process. Pass it on to Sini.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Isaac? Hello all, I am Sini Gant-Jordan. I'm a small business owner. I'm a third generation here in the city of Grand Rapids. I'm very passionate about this work. One thing that I continue to do is pay attention to what is happening around us. And so even today, as presentations were being made, I noticed there were no people of color when it comes to development. And for me, that's an issue. And I'm hoping that it'll be addressed in this next 20 years because we're still operating in this past 20 years. And so what was in there that did not go well, right? What was there inclusion that was lacking in that process, in that information? I'm very concerned about that, and we have really been pushing for opportunities for people of color, for Black people that have been here, and we know there's a drive to bring young talent and new talent here to Grand Rapids, but what about the people that are here? We are being denied access and opportunities. We want that changed in this next 20-year plan, and we don't even need to wait for that plan to take place. We need it now. So I'm very passionate about that. I've seen my people leaving this city because of the inequities. And so we're hoping that, we are remaining hopeful that it will be addressed starting now, that it'll be baked into this process, and that we can go back and revisit and measure progress along the way in this 20-year master plan. What does that look like? Who's going to be involved? Who are those decision makers? And how are all of the departments in the city working together to make sure that it's happening? We want to be proactive instead of reactive, so we wanted to really take time to make sure that was happening. One thing along the way that that we wanted to ensure is that we increase the volume of input from people of color. And so we always had to go back, and I thank the team very much. I really appreciated all the team, all the voices that were at the table saying, hey, we need to increase these numbers. We're not reaching these people. And then one thing we did understand is that the vocabulary, people did not understand. And so when I think about the languages that were involved, it's not just about English, it's not just about Spanish. There are so many other languages out there that were not incorporated. And so I'm hoping that this master plan is also translated into those other languages as we have this whole welcoming package. Who's really feeling welcome? If you don't understand what's happening in your city, are you really feeling welcome? So I think we put a lot of work into this. It was very intentional work, and I know it's not done. I know there's a lot more work, to be addressed. But again, I think we really want to be proactive and not reactive. Also, we want to make sure that there are people at the table that haven't had opportunities. How are we prioritizing that? Who's involved in those decisions? What are our guiding principles in the decisions? We want to make sure that we have voice in that as well. So again, I appreciate the opportunity to be at this table. I want to make sure that we are creating new opportunities for others. Our younger generation, our seniors that are out there, they are so important. I feel like they're not being heard in the way that they should. So we're asking not just for tangible resources. We want dollar resources put behind our people that are doing the work as well. We are here today. I'm missing out on an opportunity right now just to be here, but it's important to me that I'm here. I see a lot of our steering committee people weren't able to make it. We have jobs, and so I'm hoping that our co-chair Isaac and I are having a voice here for it. But here's Dale. I'm going to pass it off to Dale. I'm done. I could be here forever, but.
You could, and you have much good stuff to say.
Thank you.
There it is. That's a lot of paper. I'm Dale Hotelling. I'm Second Ward appointee to this august body that we're a part of. And Paul, you're a part of this team as well. You weren't mentioned earlier, so I want to recognize that you also were a part of this committee that was created to do this. I didn't prepare a statement. I didn't know I was going to be called up here to talk, but I just want to say it has been a tremendous experience. I felt like we got off to maybe a rough start, rocky start, but I think we've come a long ways since that first 2 or 3 meetings, and I owe a lot
of gratitude to Layla for the way it's come along. I've got, like I said, all this paper. It's not only the master plan, but there are also 3 area-specific plans dealing with the Southtown, Butterworth, and Creston that are also included in what we're working on here. And I'm not very good on reviewing these things on technology, so I requested a paper copy. So now that I have it today, I'm going to be spending a lot of time going through this. I went cover to cover on the last version of this that we had, and did a lot of markups on it, and gave it back to the consultants to rework, and even caught a few typos. But I just want to be clear that I'm grateful for having had the opportunity of being a part of this process. So I'm looking forward to how it comes to life. And I realize it's a living document that's going to be reviewed mandatorily every 5 years, probably more often than that as needed. Just like zoning and planning requirements are reviewed periodically. And thank you.
Thank you so much, Dale and Isaac and Sini. And I tremendous gratitude to Layla and Jay and Sarah in the Long Range Planning Division, who really carried the department forward through this process. So, you know, as was alluded to, we set out to be very intentional about who was going to be included in this process, and the goal was to include as many voices that wanted to participate. But we know that we haven't heard from all members of community, that we've had disproportionate outcomes, that we've had communities that have not been at the table for planning processes. And so we set out to really make sure that our participation reflected our community. And so you'll note within one of the appendix, I think it's Appendix A, that we've been very intentional to make sure that we track whose voice is at the table and making sure that it's representative of the community as a whole. Also, this plan will be translated into Spanish. That is step 1. While I completely acknowledge and agree that this plan should be in as many languages as necessary, we simply don't have the resources to do that in this immediate next step. So that's certainly something that we're open to as resources are available, is to have that this document translated in the future. I think also, it's really important, and you all know this, but the community be aware that this is not a plan that sits on its shelf in the city of Grand Rapids. We use this plan daily, and I would not expect any different as we move forward with the new community master plan. And so we're very deliberate, which is why it's important for us to make sure that this plan is going to carry us forth into the future and achieve the outcomes and the vision that the community wants, that we want to see. And lastly, I think on the 16th, there was a question about kind of roles and responsibilities, or what are our expectations of you. We are asking that you read the plan, that you support or feel comfortable with the recommendations, that you understand them, that we haven't missed anything that you know that you've heard or based on your experience. We are not asking you to wordsmith the plan. Certainly, if you find embarrassing typos, you are welcome to bring them forward. Layla is a phenomenal writer. The team at Planning Next has a copy editor person. I don't know if that's the right term, but there are quite a few eyes on it that will be wordsmithing for sentence structure, making the language as accessible as possible. That is always difficult in a plan like this. But we want to be as accessible as we can. And fortunately, bridging that gap with accessibility, of course, is staff. Staff is trained and experienced and welcomes the opportunity to break down more difficult concepts into day-to-day language when we're meeting with our community or with the development community. So with that, I'll turn it back over to Layla if you have any final thoughts.
No, just thank you for having us today, and thank you to Paul, who served as a liaison between the Planning Commission and the Steering Commission. I didn't mean to leave you out when we were saying hi to these steering committee members, but I'm available to answer any questions that you may have.
I just have one, and I guess it's more of a comment, just when this plan is released for the public review period, just to ensure that whatever format is online, that it's compatible with like e-readers and other kind of accessibility features for folks that need it.
I believe it is, but we can double check that.
Any other questions or comments?
Just as all of us, I think, realize the amount of work and effort. A big thanks to you and to our citizens who have spent a lot of time on this, and we will utilize it to the best of our ability because it represents something that really brings the public to us and gives us what they want. And I look forward to hearing what we get through the public comment process as well as we take this forward. But thank you very much.
Yeah, I'll echo that too, and I'm really looking forward to the deep dives that we're going to be doing here too. So yeah, thanks for everyone's work on this.
So we would anticipate, obviously, there's links on the website, PDF versions that get attached. The copies that get attached to your agenda packet, I believe we do lose a little bit of resolution because we're limited in size. So going to the links on the website may be something, at least for the Planning Commission, to consider doing, knowing that you have access multiple ways. If you need hard copies like Dale, please don't hesitate to let us know. But we're not planning to kill more trees unless it's a need of it. If you need it, I'm absolutely open to it. I just don't want to print and then not have them be needed. That's all.
All right, so we're looking for a recommendation.
I am. Do you want to go ahead?
I had one written, but go ahead.
Okay. I propose a motion to recommend to the City Commission the draft 2024 Bridge to Our Future Community Master Plan for release and distribution for public comment. Is that sufficient?
Support.
Motion and support. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Motion passes. As is our custom, we now open it up for public comment for anyone who would like to address the commission. Please make your way to the microphone, state your name. You have 3 minutes. Seeing none, we'll close the public comment period. Anything else for the Planning Commission?
Elizabeth, did we adjust the time for the August 20-something meeting?
Yes.
22nd?
August 22nd and September 12th.
Okay, yep. So watch for those change times. I know that we did correspond via email, but just a reminder, we did adjust those times to start the meeting a little bit earlier to get through the agenda items, regular cases, but also make space for the deep dives that we just alluded to. So thank you very much for your flexibility in that. That's it.
Okay, then we are adjourned.